The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. Young people looking for a place to play find the woods irresistible.
Faster, let's go!
Almost as irresistible as the monsters within find them.
In, please!
Something had followed us. Something from a horror movie.
He's going to kill us.
Oh, get out of here!
John Patrick and his friend Lucas are in the woods behind Lucas's house, competing to win.
We were playing a game. We would play capture the flag, we'd play manhunt.
Manhunt pits two teams of teenagers against each other. But at night, it's not as much fun as you'd think.
It could be pretty intimidating at night. It definitely, if you weren't prepared for it, or if you heard something you didn't know what it was and it caught you off guard, the fight or flight response for me was pretty heavily weighted towards flight. We were basically running from 3 to 4 people. If you were caught, then you were captured. You were taken to the jail. Shh. Lucas and I were probably 2 of the fastest people out there, which is why we were the only ones left on our team.
We have to rescue them.
Yeah.
You see him?
No.
If we catch him first, we win.
Now, their game suddenly takes an unsettling turn.
The first time we kind of got a hint that something might be wrong was when the other team yelled at us. Suddenly, there was another person who we couldn't account for. Seemingly out of nowhere, and neither myself nor Lucas had noticed this person.
As the game continues, someone or something strange appears.
I couldn't tell if I'd really seen that or if I'd imagined it, or maybe it was just another shadow. As I said, there were lots of shadows out there that looked like people, that could be someone hiding. I thought I saw one of the other members of the other team, so I had to sort of come behind Lucas to try to tag this person.
I'll cut him off.
He was running really fast, which really kind of put me off because, like I said, I thought I was one of the fastest people out there.
The longer the chase goes on, the more John wonders exactly who he's pursuing, or if it's even a person at all.
Entities tend to be attracted to the energy of a young person, especially to the happy energy if they're playing.
Spirits, they don't eat food, but they do need to consume energy to keep going. They can pull that energy from the earth, they can pull that energy from appliances, they can pull that energy from people. They love to find younger people that have a lot of energy.
It basically looked like a shadow that was running full speed. It was incredibly silent. I don't recall hearing it at all up to this point. As I was running, I could feel my heart pounding. I could hear every stick that I stepped on. I could hear every misstep that I took, where I had to trip, where I had to kind of reset. I expected it to be farther ahead of me, and once I looked, there was nothing there. That person never materialized. When that person never showed up, it sort of caught me off guard.
What? Did you see him?
Lucas was silent. He looked at me, and we both kind of had a quick mental exchange that we both thought we saw someone.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
It's increasingly unclear what they were running after, or how their target could seemingly vanish into thin air. And it scares them enough to call off the fun.
We kind of agreed to just end the game.
None of their friends report seeing anything out of the ordinary, and soon John and Lucas are on their own in the woods.
A couple people decided to go back down the hill to the houses. When people started leaving, the first thing that came to my mind was basically every sort of horror movie that I'd ever seen. I was thinking, oh good, the group's getting smaller. This is not helpful.
Man, you're sure no one saw anything?
Maybe it was an axe murderer.
Shut up.
It was not the kind of place that you would want to be alone.
Now, it's just the two of them, and they hope it stays that way. Though they're not sure that it will. Yet they're still determined to camp out.
We still wanted to stay out there, just didn't want to be called chicken. So we didn't want to leave. We were pretty steadfast in that. The general tone was just quiet. No one really wanted to say much. The fire actually sort of made the situation outside of the immediate circle a little bit more tense. It did cast moving shadows that we couldn't write off as easily. It made the unknown a whole lot more unknown, and it definitely left more room for us to want to stay closer to it. At one point in time, I noticed something at the edge of the clearing.
Look. What? What?
It looked like a person. It was very shrouded in shadow, but the only reason I saw it was because it became briefly illuminated by fire. And I couldn't really make any features out except that it looked like a person.
It may look like a person, but it's most definitely not.
Listen, please, please, somebody's in here, please, listen. Stop it.
Teenagers John and Lucas were playing a game with their friends when they were interrupted by an eerie creature. They're now alone in the woods, and it looks like the creature has come for them.
Negative spirits in particular may fixate on a younger person because physically they are going through changes in their lives. Their bodies are changing, their minds are changing. They thrive on that kind of pain and confusion.
They do that to control, they do that to draw energy, they do that to feed.
Pass me the flashlight. Pass me the flashlight. Come on. Okay. Hurry up, come on.
Before they can get a good look at it, the being seems to disappear into thin air.
I bet it's my Uncle Jimmy.
What?
Man, he's just messing with us.
Lucas is convinced this is all just a joke.
Lucas had an uncle. His name was Uncle Jimmy, and he was just about 10 years older than Lucas. And he would come out and he would, from time to time, terrorize the kids that were hanging out there, scare us out of our minds. When we approached, as soon as we got anywhere near the woods, it essentially vanished. It looked like I could see it 1 second, then it was gone the next. It didn't move behind a tree. The fire didn't suddenly go out. I didn't light it up with my flashlight and then suddenly lose it. It just wasn't there. And as I looked towards Lucas, he said the same thing. It just looked like it was gone. I knew that something was wrong, that it wasn't Uncle Jimmy. So we decided to, in our infinite wisdom, try to find out what it was.
Generally speaking, it's never a good idea for young people to go out looking for ghosts or spirits or entities. They haven't reached adulthood yet, even human experience-wise. They're just not ready to handle the kinds of consequences that could be meted out.
We were too stupid to admit that we were scared, and we wanted to act like the big guy, act like the big strong guy. And so we definitely pursued it farther than I really think we should have. We got real silent, the woods got real silent, and every now and again you would hear something. And it was always a little bit deeper into the woods. And it didn't so much seem to be running, it seemed to be just kind of slowly moving away from us, like almost as if it were inviting us to follow it. There were definitely points when the hair stood straight up on the back of my neck, when we wanted to do nothing other than get out of there. And then we heard this, it was a stick breaking and then just a little bit of movement, but it was much closer than anything else had been. It was probably 10 feet from us, but we couldn't see it.
When they turn around, they come face to face with the creature that's been stalking them all night.
It made this growling noise that, it didn't sound human. It didn't remind me of any wild animal that I'd ever heard. It was something from a horror movie. I couldn't understand what I was hearing, and it was a very low, growling, scratching noise. And I started walking backwards, but I didn't want to turn away. I was afraid if I turned away, it would jump at me. There were just two of us. We didn't know what to do. We needed to get out of there. We knew that we needed to go home. All the tough guyness was gone. We were done.
No matter how fast they run, it's not fast enough.
The woods felt like they were alive and felt like they were following us down the hill. We were originally playing a game. We were chasing each other. And it's ironic that at that point, something was chasing us.
The teens race to Lucas's house, but they aren't out of danger.
Roll back! Oh, come on.
The door was locked. We couldn't get in. We felt safe at first, and then suddenly here we are, trapped, stranded out on a front porch.
Their game of manhunt in the woods has gone wrong in blood-curdling ways. Now, terrified teenagers John and Lucas are the ones being hunted by an evil and unnatural creature.
Please.
So they've been targeted, basically. A negative entity would probably target a child's energy to sap it, to drain some of that energy for their own well-being.
Something had followed us. Whatever had been up had to come down after us.
Please, roll back!
They make it to Lucas's house, but no one is home, and the door is locked.
The lock wasn't really that good of a lock. If you sort of jimmied it and lifted the door, you could get it off the track and you could slide in. And so that's what we ended up doing to get inside. We felt relieved. It definitely was a relief to get inside. We got that door shut behind us, and that felt like a barrier. I mean, it wasn't a perfect barrier, and you kind of start thinking about it. We stayed away from the windows. We stayed away from the door. We were definitely still on edge.
But being inside doesn't mean they're safe. With no one else home, John and Lucas are on their own against the mysterious creature prowling outside.
So that sense of safety sort of evaporated because there's no adults. You know, we thought we had adults there. These are people that should know how to deal with this stuff. We heard a loud thud on the roof. We wanted it to go away. There was no tough guy left. I was tired and I was terrified. I wanted to go to sleep. I wanted to reset. I wanted to start over. Lucas and I made a quick judgment call. If we could scare it away, if we could shoot it, we didn't have access to a gun. All we had was an air rifle, a little pellet gun. And thinking that would be sufficient, we quickly grabbed it, and myself and Lucas went outside. We look up on the roof, and there it was. It was sort of hunched over, almost on all fours. And then we heard that low, raspy rumble again. And it was almost like the way a firework hits your chest. It sort of shook us.
Go.
We tried to throw things at it. We had rocks, pine cones, whatever was on the ground, and it seemed to almost go through it. It didn't faze it. It was the loudest growl I think I've ever heard. It wasn't quite a roar, but it was so loud that you could feel it. And almost in your bones and your joints, if you will. And when Lucas fired a couple shots from the air rifle at it, and it backed up, and we thought maybe we'd won. We thought maybe we got it.
But it appears they've only made things worse.
And it just jumped off to the house at that point.
And now it's on the ground, inches away from them.
It turned to face us. The best we could see, it stood, at the time, it looked like it stood 8 or 10 feet tall. It was incredibly aggressive. It seemed to be challenging us.
The creature appears ready to strike a fatal blow. And then it vanishes into the night.
It jumped 20 foot across the creek, and then that was the last we saw of it. That was our cue to get out of there. We turned tail and we got back inside as quick as we could. We locked the door, and we ended up sliding a sofa in front of the door.
The boys wait in terrified silence until John's parents arrive home.
Yeah, we told them everything. We told them what we saw. They didn't really believe us.
A few days later, they realize how lucky they were to have escaped the monster in the woods.
As we were telling Lucas's parents what had happened, They informed us that a cow had been killed and had been pretty much gutted, and it was all over the place. Of course, when we heard that, we thought it could just as easily have been any of us. It could have been any one of us at any time that night. We had no idea what it was. And here it had killed this 700, 1,000-pound animal where we were planning on laying out our sleeping bags.
John and Lucas escaped the terrifying creature, but the nightmares haunt them to this day.
It's definitely surreal to look back on it. It definitely changed from chasing each other to really quickly being hunted by something else, hunted by something we never found out that just as easily could have killed one of us.
Their simple game of manhunt turned into a night of unspeakable dread. And now, Dan and Ken are heading out into the woods with their friends, a night that also begins as innocent fun.
Tell you guys, it's the creepiest place I've ever seen. Ooh. Here it is.
Try not to be too scared.
It was just a game of hide and seek.
After you, ladies.
I mean, I haven't really told too many people about
Oh, I
it.
got a lively bunch around here. Oh.
This abandoned graveyard tucked away in the forest is definitely not a place for the young and the living.
Lively bunch here, folks.
It's never a good idea for a young person to go into these cemeteries and taunt them. Some cemeteries do house spirits of people who are actually looking after the graves that their bodies are buried in to keep them from being desecrated.
All right, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking hide and go seek in the dark. Ken and I against you guys.
What drew us into playing in that area in the graveyard is to kind of laugh in the face of danger, thinking we were tougher than we probably were. We were playing like a 2-on-2 game of hide and seek, or Ghost in the Graveyard, I think we were calling it at the time. So we already were kind of enjoying, or at least pretending to enjoy the scariness about the evening, at least to provide some sort of entertainment. Considering the feel of death, uncertainty, just knowing that it's possible that I guess the veil is thin there.
20 seconds should be enough, yeah?
Starting now.
Go!
Run, boys.
Ready or not, here we come.
Dan and his friends sense they're not the only ones lurking around the graveyard tonight. Something has been woken.
It's not unheard of for an entity to go to extremes to manifest themselves by sight and scare any interlopers off.
We first thought we saw our two friends hiding in some trees.
Oh, they're so dumb.
And so we're both kind of saying, hey guys, get out, we know you're there. We see you, we know something's over there, you're not being very good at hiding.
Gotcha!
It's a wooded area, so if you hear some sort of little creature in the distance, what was that? And could lend itself to some freaky perceptions.
Thought you changed the batteries.
I did. Oh man, my mom buys the worst batteries. Come on.
The sounds of the woods definitely made the game more fun and more creepy. Ken and I look to the left, and we see this. To this day, it's still kind of hard for me to explain. Definitely made a lasting impact on my life.
Hard to explain and impossible to forget.
Come on.
Teenagers Dan and Ken are playing hide and seek with their friends by the old cemetery. But now, something has come looking for them.
The message is, you came onto my territory. I didn't like it. And I'm going to show you my abilities and what I can do.
It kind of looked like an overflowing leaf bag that was a little more dense on top of a young boy's legs.
Nice one, guys. That's real scary, okay?
At first we thought it was our friends like kind of doing like a piggyback, like one on top of the other.
Come on, guys. Come on,
We started walking towards it because Ken and I thought it was our friends just trying a new way to mess with us.
Come on, look at those.
It doesn't even look real.
No, it doesn't even look real.
What the hell's in front of me? And why is it pretending it knows me? We started hearing it whistling. And it's really hard for me to describe the odd whistle that it was doing. This thing, it seemed to just enjoy the fact that it was able to scare us.
Go!
And I turn around and just start running
Go!
back towards my house. I just felt pure fear. It was just kind of like, I really hope I don't feel anything tug on me, grab me, rip at me, whatever. Definitely felt my heart rapidly hitting on my chest. My blood was pumping so much that my ears were kind of throbbing.
What the hell was that?
When Ken and I reconvened with our other friends, oh, did you see that? Did you hear that? Like, why didn't you guys come out when we saw you? They were just kind of laughing and like, I don't know what you're talking about. Ken and I were pretty shook up.
Let's get out of here.
We didn't want to play anymore because we had no idea where this creature had gone.
Deeply shaken by their terrifying experience, the boys decide to call it a night. But Dan can't forget what happened.
Sleep didn't come quickly, knowing that whatever this creature or thing was out there, just possibly in my backyard. I didn't sleep well. I'll just put it that way.
He hopes the ordeal is behind him. But 2 nights later, he's still on edge when he has to go outside.
My dad told me I had to take the garbage out. So as I was walking outside, I'm getting the cans ready, and that's when it kind of hits me. Hearing the whistling strike up again, I was pretty frozen in fear and not really sure where to go or what to do. I stood there for quite some time contemplating. I felt stalked or hunted. There were so many different thoughts and feelings I was experiencing. Here it is again. It chased me. It's now messing with me. Where is it?
Here we are. Hide and go seek in the
Dan
dark.
and his friends are terrified when the game they're playing in the woods is interrupted by a malevolent creature. Dan thinks he's escaped
What
it,
the hell was that?
but 2 nights later, he discovers it's followed him home.
When a particularly malicious entity targets somebody and follows them home, they tend to invade their life.
Basically, I had 30 yards of driveway and almost complete uncertainty on where this thing was because there were so many trees in the way. What was most troubling is I didn't see any movement. I didn't see any shadow. I hadn't told my dad or any of my family members what had happened the night before because I was still uncertain about it. Now that it was happening all over again, I was still kind of like, I don't want them to think I'm crazy. I was just thinking, okay, I'm gonna get this done. And then I'm just gonna hide in the house and I'll hopefully never have to hear or see this thing again.
Dan is haunted by the image of the creature that hunted him through the woods.
Not only was this thing watching me and whistling at me, I couldn't always pinpoint where it was. It was very long and drawn out notes, so it seemed very deliberate and almost like it was waiting for me to stop moving so I could hear it.
The reason why an entity might follow a young person, they thrive on that pain. They thrive on the teasing, the torturing, the taunting aspect. So they need that energy and will draw on that to serve themselves.
I felt very alone, and still all I could really hear was this very eerie whistle. I just booked it into my front door and shut it. It was just a very creepy, life-altering event experiencing that.
He doesn't understand why the creature appeared, but he's scared that it may still be lurking in the woods surrounding his house.
I don't know if it fed on fear. I'm definitely a lot more alert, especially in dark, more wooded areas. Being a kid in my neighborhood wasn't really the same after that. I didn't really go out and play much, at least at night.
The dark forest hides all sorts of terrors that can stalk you. But games played in broad daylight can go just as badly, as Brett and his friends are about to find out.
Whenever I tell this story as an adult, I get the general impression that it's hard to believe. It's a thing that's straight out of a horror movie. Most of my childhood was spent living in an apartment complex. Just to the north of the apartment complex, there was this clearing that we sort of took it upon ourselves to make that ours. When I was a kid, there were places that were sacred to me. And particularly for a few years, this place that we had built, this fort. It was a place where me and my friends could go talk about the things that we wanted to talk about the things that we thought were cool, and there were no adults. It was just us. It was a very secluded place that unless you spent a lot of time in the woods, you wouldn't know that it existed.
All right, guys, what do we got? Oh, nice.
So we would go to the different dumpsters, because it's an apartment complex. There's lots of dumpsters with lots of cool stuff to get into and grab and scavenge. And we would take broken furniture, things that we thought were cool that were probably not very cool, just pieces of other people's trash, and use it to build a fort.
Did you guys check out that match yesterday?
It was pretty carefree. I was well taken care of, so there weren't many hardships, so it was just a life of going to school, coming home, playing with your friends, and repeating that throughout the week.
And then one day, their childhood is changed forever.
As far as we knew, it was a typical day. I remember it was sunny. I remember that the wind was blowing a little bit harder than normal.
Did you get to see that new Archie comic?
The day that we went out to the woods, got home from school, you drop your book bag off, you say hi to your parents, and then you're back out the door. And I went and rounded up my friends, and we headed off into the woods to go to our fort. We didn't know that it was going to be the kind of day that it turned out to be.
So, I get the idea.
We were walking through the woods, and we were heading towards our fort like normal. There was never anybody in the woods. We'd always be there by ourselves.
It's like, you can't base an entire genre. Do you see that?
It was me who noticed that off in the distance to our left, I would guess maybe 70 yards, 80 yards in the distance, there was a man walking in the opposite direction as us. He had a very purposeful walk to him. He was going somewhere. We're searching for something. To see a person out there was startling. So we froze whenever we saw him. We didn't know where he was going. We just stopped, stayed still, and we hoped that he passed us by.
But to their horror, he sees them.
So we knew at that point in time, he knows that we're here. He looked directly in our direction. And that's the first time that we saw his face. It wasn't just a man walking in the woods, it was a man walking in the woods with a mask on. And then we noticed that in his hand, he was carrying an axe.
Run! Run! Run!
The woods are full of entities that prey on the young. But you don't have to be a creature to be a monster.
They're out in places that are isolated or far from help, and consequences could be disastrous.
Brett and his friends are heading to their secret fort in the woods to hang out and play games. Only to discover their hideout isn't so secret anymore.
We were hoping that maybe he didn't really see us. Maybe he is just looking in the direction because he heard some footsteps or he heard some sticks break.
Unfortunately, that's not the case.
We were just frozen with fear. We didn't know where to go. What does he want? That's what we knew. We need to get out of here.
Run! Let's go! Run! No! Let's go!
It was just a sort of a boom boom decision. He started running, we start running.
Let's go! Come on!
Our immediate reaction was to run. We gotta go to our fort. We have to get to our fort. Because that was the safe space.
Go! Let's go! Come on!
I can only assume that he is out to kill me. He's going to kill us.
Let's go!
We knew that if anything happened, if there was something in the way and we tripped, that he was on us.
Let's split! Go!
They decide to split up, hoping that will save them.
We knew that he was gaining on us as we ran. It's the woods and there's nobody else out there, so every sound is amplified. You could hear his footsteps getting closer and closer behind us as we ran.
Let's go! Come on! Run!
My friends made it up, and it was too late. By the time it was my turn, he was right there, and I could not get away from him. The only thing that I could think of was, if I can't get away from him, I have to fight him. It's either I hurt him or he hurts me. So I grabbed what I thought was a good stick. I assumed that I get one chance to make a connection, and held it like a baseball bat and took a nice big fat swing at his face, and I hit him right in the head. As he was stunned, we saw that as our opportunity to get out of there, because the fort was no longer safe and we needed to get home. We ran away as fast as we could. And as we were running out, we kept looking behind us to make sure that he wasn't following us again. Whenever we told my parents what had happened, I think their initial reaction was to assume that the story that they heard were the embellishments of kids' imagination. Surely that didn't happen to them. But it did. After all of this happened, the woods themselves sort of lost their luster as our place of safety and solitude. I think that it was the manager of the apartment complex. I remember him being very strange. I remember avoiding him.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
He did not like us playing out at the apartment complex. I don't really know why. It was just kids playing outside. I don't remember seeing him after that. We moved shortly after all of this happened. Looking back, I am sort of proud of myself in a way that whenever it seemingly came under attack, that we knew that we had to defend the place that we loved being.
Perhaps the woods is not the best place to venture into and play games.
Definitely made a lasting impact on my life.
After that incident, it definitely left us thinking, what if it came back? It was one of the last experiences I had in Pennsylvania before we moved to Florida, and it really puts a cap on the life up there. And I was terrified.
The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. Many think ghost hunting is fun and games. They're wrong. Treating spirits without respect can have dire consequences.
I'm the most scared I've ever been in my life.
My only instinct was to run.
Shot toward us was coming to get us.
Because I was terrified.
The worst thing that can happen when you go looking for ghosts is you find them.
There's always been something about that night, and scared me.
With the whole development of all of the paranormal shows and all of the ghost hunting, it's become almost like a hobby for a lot of people to go out and interact with this paranormal energy. Let me tell you, it can be very dangerous.
Not many people come out to the lake at this time of year. Not unless they have a good reason, like Josh and his wife Carol.
The plan was for me and my wife to go out for a night that we wouldn't forget. I remember it was dusky, and there's like this fog that was on the lake, and I do remember that. That was kind of eerie.
Josh agreed to meet with his friend Bob, who has promised the adventure of a lifetime.
Hey man, nice night, huh?
He's the one that had all the knowledge. I didn't know anything about the area. He didn't tell me a whole lot ahead of time.
All right, let's do it.
Hop in.
I just kind of went with him and trusted him on it. He promised a good, scary night.
Quote for this crap.
The whole idea of exploring haunted areas without being reverent to the spirits that are there can end up in a very, very dangerous type of situation.
But he told me going out to that area, Sugarloaf, that I'd be guaranteed to see something that night. I could tell ahead of time it was going to be an interesting night, one way or the other. And the car ride's quiet at this point. We're in the middle of nowhere. It's dark, there's no houses, nobody around.
Great. No service. Wonderful.
This was 2003. We're out rural area in Oklahoma. There were like no cell towers. None of us had a signal. My wife was a big non-believer. She was the exact opposite of my friend Bob. My wife's really getting frustrated. You know, this is really boring. I could be sitting at home. You guys are stupid. You got us out in the middle of nowhere. We could have a wreck or break down. Nobody'd be able to help us. Going out with him, I just really felt like I was in my element there. Well, I've always wanted to find out the truth and what's really out there. I'd always been interested in it as a kid and everything. I was more scared of it then. There were some things that happened in my childhood I couldn't explain, and I had a real religious family, so I really never got to seek those answers. All you can really hear on the drive over there is the crunch of the gravel under the tires. He had stopped the car in a manner where we're actually facing this field and hillside, and he's got his bright lights on. And he gets us out of the car.
Oh, come on.
You can definitely sense that feeling that if something went down, you know, you're out there by yourself. There's no help.
I've heard about this place. I really want to check it out, you guys. Come on.
It's just a bad idea.
Come on.
Let's go, come on.
They head up a deserted hillside, or rather, supposedly deserted. Local legend has it that ghosts reside here.
As much as I wanted to take it seriously, at this point, I'm just trying to have fun with the night.
Crazy stories about this.
Now, I regret feeling that way, because the way I was acting is probably what led to what scared me so bad.
Guys, I really don't know about this.
It's important for you to have your energy in the right place before you do this. If you don't, some of the dangers can be being physically or energetically attacked by spirits.
I think we're getting close.
I had been trying to stay positive, but at this point, even I'm starting to get frustrated. Just wondering when something exciting's gonna happen.
It's okay. Come on, come on. Okay?
No.
This looks like a good spot.
My wife is talking about how it's a bust, nothing's happening. It was more of like, we were being dumb. You guys are stupid. You got us out in the middle of nowhere.
This is such a joke.
Okay, sis.
Guys, can we just go, please?
All the way here, come on.
Bob is trying to shush us and telling us, wait a minute.
You're not gonna want to miss this, trust me.
Exactly at midnight, this light comes on in the middle of the hillside. And it just kind of stays in one place at first.
What's that?
I remember it hushed my wife up pretty quick when it came on. It hushed me, too. And the light began swaying kind of back and forth. That's when I mentioned it kind of looks like an old lantern, like an old kerosene lantern, somebody walking through the woods. I don't know if it's because I had an attitude, nothing can touch me, but I scream out to it.
Find out. Hello! Who's down there?
Oh, it's so scary, a little light in the woods. Is that all you can do?
Real funny, guys. Come on out.
Okay, shut up. You crazy?
And I look up, and the lantern light is now coming down the hillside at an unhuman pace. It's coming fast, the way it just came down the trees and shot down the hillside and across the field. My wife screams. All of us at the same time, we're all thinking flight. I knew it couldn't be human.
Josh LaRue, his wife Carol, and friend Bob are hunting for ghosts in the woods.
I've heard about this place. I really want to check it out, you guys. Come on.
It's just a bad idea.
And now, they wish they weren't.
There can be a lot of different dangers that appear when you're interacting with spirits.
All right, down.
I've seen people go through possession. I've seen people have their energy taken away.
Real funny, guys. Come on out.
I've seen people physically attacked by spirits as well.
Yes, I got a feeling of terror as soon as it started coming across that field.
Go, 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 go!
When we just booked it into the car.
Go, go, go!
I feel in the pit of my stomach almost the same fear I was feeling that night. This is creeping me out more than I thought it would.
Come on, man, let's go. Go, 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 go! Drive! Come on, get out of here! Let's go!
Hurry up! Go! Go, go, go!
We're in the car and they're all getting on me about yelling at this ghost, calling it out like that. So all the blame goes to me. In retrospect, I probably shouldn't have done what I did. And I could see that she was scared too. And at that point, she was really ready to go home.
Will you just relax?
I told you this was a bad
Get in
idea.
the car. Just get in the
no
car,
one listens
okay?
to me. No one listens to me. Right.
Okay, I think get in the car and we'll get out of here. What'd you say?
I think we should go back. I want to find out what that was.
No, we're not going back.
Bob's asking, why did we run? We should have just stayed to see what it was.
We gotta get out of here. All right?
Seriously?
What?
It's not starting.
Try it again, try it again, try it again.
And the truck won't come on. Not only will it not start, just completely dead, and no lights were left on, anything like that when we left.
We gotta get out of here.
I want to go back. I want to find out what that was. You're not...
I've got jumper cables. We're gonna use the jumper cables. Got it? Pop the hood. Pop the hood. Let's go.
What?
We raise our hoods and we connect jumper cables from his car to my truck.
Ready?
All right, Carol, start
As soon as we connect the cables, the battery cables just go up in flames. Like a flash paper. Just a flash of fire, ashes, melted rubber on the ground.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. You okay?
God.
And, you know, me and Bob are looking at that, talking to each other like, what the heck just happened there? When the truck didn't start, and especially when the jumper cables went up in flames, my first thought was something paranormal, something that we tapped into that night, you know, was keeping us local. We hear this motor off in the lake. It's after midnight, it's November, it's cold, somebody's out on a lake, but as the noise got closer, me and Bob both stopped talking. And this boat is coming at us fast to the dock. This bright spotlight came on. These two men step off the boat and start walking towards us. They don't turn the light off, and without the light, they would still be able to see us. The moon was out, so it wasn't like pitch black at this lake.
We got a problem here? Car trouble?
Nothing we can't handle, guys. It's okay.
Looks like your pretty little cables couldn't handle the shock, huh?
Before me and Bob could say anything, the guy says, well, we got some stuff in our boat. I was already feeling uneasy, the way that he turned his head towards my wife.
We'll get you fixed up real good.
And it says, yeah, fix them right up. Me and Bob can't decide which is creepier, the lights or these two guys.
You guys wait here. We got something for you.
Turn, walk slowly back to their boat, and they're fidgeting with stuff, and we can't really see because this spotlight is blinding us. And the same thing that was going through my mind was going through his. We're gonna have to fight these guys. Me and Bob, we're not exactly fighters, but we're ready to fight at this point. You know, wanting to protect my wife. I had tire tools, and I gave Bob one, I took one. We were thinking the same thing. We're gonna have to throw down with these big old hillbillies. It's not that we could predict that these were nefarious people, but it was just weird that they were out on this lake on such a cold night. So we're standing there, we got our tire tools like next to our legs trying to conceal them. And we start hearing chains rattling around, like heavy chains. The chains rattling was the last straw. Really, I don't believe any words were spoken. I think we just kind of looked at each other and we both just got in the car. There was a big enough creep factor that we didn't want to stick around to see what happened next. I knew that it had to have been something paranormal at that point. And I was like, there's just too much. I never want to come here again. I don't have any interest in seeing a ghost light, finding out who these guys were on the boat. I just want to go back to my normal life. I wasn't seeking paranormal anything.
After this blood-chilling experience, Josh vows to give up on his quest for answers. But vows have a way of being broken.
Felt so terrified. My body was shaking. I was white as a ghost. It was the most terrifying experience of my life. And we thought it was over.
Josh barely made it out of Sugarloaf Lake alive 3 years ago. He promised never to return. Yet the lure of the paranormal hunt proves too difficult to resist. Unfortunately, he hasn't learned his lesson.
If you're going to interact with spirit or spirit energy, you should have a very defined intent and purpose for what it is that you're doing. This is not recreation, this is not something to do for fun.
Bob contacted me in 2006 and said he had a group of Wiccans that wanted to go out and do paranormal investigations. Do you remember that lantern that we saw back in '03? I told the story about that night to my group, and they're really interested in going out there and do kind of a seance, see if they can't communicate with the spirit. He's like, all you have to do is film it. You don't have to get involved. If things start going south, we'll get out of there.
There is a danger. If people don't know what they're doing or what they're getting themselves into, they can open up a spirit or something to let it out.
We get there a little bit before midnight, and just like before, there's no cell service. 2006, there's still no cell towers been put up in the area. His friends sat in a circle.
Spinning down spirals through the veil of night.
And I remember them pulling out a book. It wasn't like an old, creepy witchcraft book. It looked like a new hardcover.
Spinning down spiraling through the veil of night. Spinning down spiraling through the fire. Spinning down spiraling through the veil
I
of
began
night.
filming their seance.
Spinning down, falling through the veil of night. Spinning down, spiraling through the veil of night, falling through the fear. Spinning down, spiraling through the veil, falling through the fear. Spinning down, spinning down, spiraling.
And just like 3 years ago, the spirit returns at the stroke of midnight.
And terror come back and in the pit in my stomach. And I remember filming their group. they're chanting. There was like no wind, but their candle just goes out. Everybody gets quiet. Bob asked me to cut the camera until they can get this candle lit and start their seance again. And I remember cutting the camera, seeing the light in the field, turning around to face them. And as they're fidgeting, they're trying like 4 lighters and none of the lighters are working. And I start hearing a rustling noise behind me. I feel like in the few moments that I turned my back to the light, that it came down the hillside, across the field, was right behind me. I turn and see the brightest light that I've ever seen in my entire life. A blinding light. And just as quick as it's there, it's gone. Even though the light blinded me, I didn't have any blotches or I wasn't seeing spots. It wasn't like a natural light that would do that to you. It was just a really bright light, but I was seeing clear when it was gone. You know, I'm shaking, I'm freaking out. And the next moment, way off in the distance, we start hearing what sounds like children laughing. I'm getting chills just remembering it right now. The best way I can describe it is like how kids will sing "Row, Row, Row Your Boat," the song. One will start singing the first verse, and a few moments after they start, another kid starts at the beginning of the song. One kid would start laughing. A second or two later, another would start laughing a different way. And it was all around us, way off in the distance. It sounded like hundreds or thousands of kids just laughing. But the laughter's getting louder and louder, and it's getting closer and closer, and to the point that it's deafening. You know, I'm the most scared I've ever been in my life.
It's the fear that really controls the situation. And that's what spirits tend to use to control people, to possess people.
All I thought about was getting in that car, getting out of here and never coming back. Bob peels out. And on this dirt road, gravel flying. For about 3 miles, we could still hear the laughter. It got quieter and quieter and quieter until it was finally gone. And we thought it was over. Bob was having a hard time driving. That's how shaken he was. And about a mile after that, we all hear a snapping noise from the front of the car. And the car stopped dead in its tracks.
What's going on, man?
I don't know. It just stopped working. It's dead.
What are we gonna do?
Everybody is terrified at this point. These people he brought with him looked like children, you know, just quivering.
I don't know what that was. I don't know.
And as we're sitting there asking each other if we heard what we heard, if we saw what we saw, was that children? We're sitting there so enthralled in this conversation that it takes us a minute to realize that this laughter is coming back. Way off in the distance, but getting closer and closer. It's following us.
Oh, we can't just sit here. Just let me think for a second.
They are now sitting ducks for what's coming for them.
It was the most terrifying experience of my life.
Hunting ghosts at Sugarloaf Lake was never a good idea. The first time Josh and his friends came investigating, they were chased away by a spirit. And narrowly escaped 2 mysterious men. Now they return 3 years later, and things are a lot worse.
The terror just is hitting me so hard. I really felt like everything was just closing in on me. I felt like the laughing children could just reach out and grab me.
He and his companions are stuck in the middle of a deserted road and scared out of their minds.
What's going on, man?
I don't know. It just stopped working. It's dead.
We realized that he's not gonna be able to get this car going again.
What are we gonna do?
And now, the nerve-shredding laughter of ghostly children returns.
We can't just sit here. I can't. Just let me think for a second.
Bob suddenly gets a signal on his phone.
I have a signal.
Go, call somebody.
Bob dials up his friend, Jess.
Hello? Hey, it's me, it's Bob. You gotta come pick me up. There's 4 of us. We're on the road. We're pulled over to the side.
He asked if she can come pick us up, and he gives her the location, and she says yes.
Just come as fast as you can. What? You're gonna take how long? Okay, just hurry, please.
How long?
I don't know, like 20 minutes.
They realize to their horror, they're not the only ones on this road.
And about 5 minutes goes by, we see these headlights coming down the road towards us. And they're going really slow. It's gonna take his friend probably about 15-20 minutes to get there, so we know it's not her yet. And there's 2 guys in it, heavily bearded. Both at the same time look at each other and say it's the boatmen. And they just stare at us. Just like how they showed up at the lake, they had showed up again. And they drive by. We're really freaking out at this point.
We're emitting fear. We're emitting that energy. And unfortunately, that's kind of the worst thing we can do if there is spirit activity, because that's what they feed off of.
We see headlights coming from the other direction. And it's them again. We got the laughter going on. We got these creepy guys doing God knows what. And then they come by, both of them in the truck. And the one says,
You guys look like you need some help.
But he doesn't offer help, he just keeps on going. And here we are in the middle of nowhere in a car that won't move. I can't even begin to explain the terror I'm feeling at this point. We're helpless. And the truck comes by one more time. I remember thinking, this is it. I can see the headlights coming. All I'm feeling is dread. It was the most helpless I've ever felt in my life.
You guys look like you need some help.
Josh and his friends are paying the price for hunting ghosts unprepared. Stuck in the middle of the road, surrounded by spirits and under attack.
I can see the headlights coming. All I'm feeling is dread. I really felt like everything was just closing in on me. I felt like the laughing children could just reach out and grab me. And if they didn't reach out and grab me, that these guys would just stop their truck at any time and do whatever they wanted to do, and we'd have no way to stop them. This laughter all around us, and we can't run this time.
I only see one of them. Where's the other guy?
This time, the passenger's gone. It's just the driver. It was the most helpless I've ever felt in my life. And the laughter is the loudest that I heard it. Are they gonna do something to us?
What do we do?
I remember thinking, this is it.
There's another light.
Before anything else could happen, we saw another set of headlights coming. My first thought was, they're both in a vehicle now. All I'm feeling is dread, terror, one way or the other. This is not gonna end well for me. It pulls up and stops. It's Bob's friend.
That's her. You ready?
And I didn't feel safe. I still felt like another shoe would drop until I was actually in the car.
Let's go. Go. Go.
Was just so relieved we were gonna make it out of there. I don't think she really had a chance to really ask any questions. She was just reacting out of fear. She was driving. She was getting us out of there. She went from 0 to 60 on the terror meter.
Faster, come on!
She went from showing up to help some friends out to showing up to help some friends out and to get the heck out of there.
They're still with us, go!
And she's driving as fast as she can on this dirt road, and they're keeping right up. A lot of us thought that we were gonna meet our end in some form that night. And as soon as they start driving us back to civilization, we can no longer hear the laughter off in the distance.
They're gone. They're gone.
None of us had any thought ever of going back out there for anything, for any reason.
Josh drove for miles into uncharted forest searching for ghosts. But sometimes you don't have to go very far to find trouble. You can discover it lurking near your own backyard. As happens with Alicia and her friends.
I was never really afraid until that one night, and then it kind of changed the game a little bit for me. And it wasn't until that night that I even thought it was dangerous. My house sat at the base of a hill on kind of an empty dirt road. If you followed the dirt road, you'd reach an old family cemetery. The graves are not really legible, but 1800s. They all kind of bear the same names. Not a lot of people even know that graveyard exists. My whole life, I've never seen anyone there visiting. I'm not even sure if there's any current graves that could be visited. There was always kind of weird stuff, especially around my house and kind of the dark forest behind my house. So we had stuff being stacked up in front of doors. My father, who is a skeptic and doesn't even really like to think about that sort of stuff because it scares him. And he found a string. It was outside of the yard. Followed it, until he got to the back of the graveyard. The string kind of angled upwards, and he thought it was a balloon string. But when he followed it all the way up, there was nothing there. But I think that was the first story I told, and that kind of got my friends interested. We kind of gathered at my house, and I know it was dark.
Are you scared?
We usually waited until midnight or 1 a.m. until it was completely dark.
Don't worry, David and I have done this dozens of times.
All without a nightlight, so you're okay.
I think David was one of the first people that I went ghost hunting with. He was the one kind of looking for evidence and trying to find something there.
Just try not to stare into the dark for too long, or else someone might be staring back at you.
I've had experience with paranormal from a young age, so this was something that fascinated me and terrified me at the same time.
Oh, you know, one time, we even heard voices coming from one of the gravestones.
It was awesome. I mean, bone-chilling, but awesome.
Yeah, we screamed so loud.
Tonight, Alicia and David are making the same mistake as Josh and his friends, treating something lightly that they should respect.
I've seen spirits that are very territorial. If people don't have respect for their territory, spirits, they will use their energy to push people out.
This time we brought a newcomer, Brian, who had decided to come with us. I don't remember if he asked or if he had just heard so many stories he had to see it for himself.
Oh, but be careful not to scream too loud. You never know who's listening.
Brian was a little bit younger than us. I remember kind of telling Brian more stories on the way and maybe getting him a little bit more creeped out.
I think Brian was a little bit tense heading down there. He was kind of more keeping to himself and more in a shell at that point.
He was more religious, I think, than both of us, but it's not something we really thought about before we came.
Come on, Brian, you first.
Until we got there, we realized how scared he really was. It meant something different to him than it did to us going in.
Dear Lord, we ask you to protect us as we walk amongst the graves of these departed souls.
It wasn't that we were against him doing it, it's just something we hadn't done before, and it kind of upped the ante a little bit, made it seem more real.
We pray for your forgiveness. We wish peace and eternal rest.
When that happened, I immediately was on edge.
It changed the game a little bit, and it was no longer kind of thing we do for fun.
We say this in your name.
Run!
Alicia has always known there was something lurking in the cemetery in the woods behind her house. Tonight, she and her friends go hunting and tempting fate to find out what it is.
So as soon as Brian finished praying, he was a little more bold, but me and David were definitely more nervous than we had been before. Or at least I felt uneasy, which wasn't very common going to the graveyard. We were more nervous than we had been before. I don't know if it was from the praying or it was just the thing that could make the graveyard creepier. We got into the grave maybe 1/3 into the graveyard when we sort of started to smell that foul smell.
Is it always like this?
No. Really, really strong, kind of real putrid. And looking around, I really couldn't see any shapes. I could barely see the trees silhouetting the back. I do remember it being especially dark. I don't know if it was the time of year. Felt David next to me go a little bit still.
David, what's wrong?
I said, "What is it?" And he said, "There's something in the corner."
I don't see anything.
and it just looked like murky darkness and maybe like it was moving. And at that point, I wasn't sure if it was my eyes playing tricks on me.
Very clearly looking at a shape, which I saw, but I knew was an old tree.
It's just a tree.
It's not a tree.
And he started to shake.
It's just a tree.
I could feel him tense and either shake from fear or shake from being so tense.
It's just a tree.
It definitely sent a chill up my spine. You know, your heart rate increases, you get the goosebumps. It's just that, you know, almost shudder through your whole body. And you just know on an instinctual level that something's not right.
So I was staring at it and trying to make out any movement, but I couldn't really find any movement in the shape. I stared at it longer. I kind of saw some sort of shifting or movement. I felt like I was kind of making out a shape, maybe legs, maybe shoulders, maybe a head. All at once, I could see that it was a real physical thing.
It took form, shadowy silhouette of a figure.
That's when a chill kind of fell over me.
Had the form of a human, but it definitely was not human.
It felt like something was going to hurt us. And that's exactly the feeling I had, was it was an aggressive, like we had done something wrong being there, and it was gonna make us pay for it.
Shot toward us like it was coming to get us.
My only instinct was to run. It meant to get us.
Hurry, come on.
I remember just running and being so afraid to turn around.
Go! Go!
Right there!
Because I was terrified to turn and see something back there.
That way, that way!
I remember forcing myself to look back, and I couldn't spot anything in the dark. We just kept running until we reached the house.
Come on.
Go, go, go!
I knew that we had seen something, and I knew that I felt a real sense of anger and menace in the graveyard, and we were all shaken. I remember Brian was worked up. I don't think he said anything. And it took a couple minutes to kind of relax and cool down. I don't think Brian said much. He was definitely afraid, and especially having prayed beforehand and being a little more religious, I think that it affected him maybe differently than the rest of us.
Are you okay?
I think I should go home.
Brian.
Looking back, I definitely felt I'd crossed the line. Though we only had innocent intentions, we kind of kept going back and trying to find more and trying to find more.
I mean, I felt like we were trespassing, like we were somewhere we shouldn't be, and I don't know if it was the prayer that riled it up and made it angry or what it was.
I've seen ghosts that show hatred towards different people. Ghosts do have emotions in the same way that human beings do. They're essentially a human being without a body. So we can piss off the ghosts just as easily as we could piss off a person.
After that night, I never went back. The ghost hunting pretty much ended, and I just didn't feel like it was safe for us to return.
Alicia and her friends found out the hard way. You don't go hunting for what you don't understand or respect. To this day, Josh still doesn't know how the light, the children, and the boatmen are connected.
The territory of spirits varies. Spirits will create different groups, and they might not have been together on the earth, but they've found each other in that earthbound world.
The experience has changed him forever.
I would tell anybody going out to do their own investigations that you don't know what you're doing. There's no way to be prepared for what's unknown. I think that Bob and his friends got in over their head that night. And whatever they were doing brought forth something that they just didn't expect, that they weren't prepared for.
Provoking spirits. I don't think that's a good idea. You have to treat these energies with respect. And if that doesn't happen, you do open yourself up to a lot of scary stuff.
And I think a piece of whatever it was stuck with me. To this day, it wakes me at night. I still have nightmares. It haunts me during the day, too. Anytime I hear kids laughing, it fills me with terror, because I'll hear what I heard that night. Just because you can get away doesn't mean that it's gone. Just because you escape physically doesn't mean you will mentally.
The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. Deep in the woodlands lurks a legendary beast that terrorizes all who venture into its domain.
It sounded like something we didn't want to mess with. We're gonna die today.
I panicked. I started to cry.
And I'm like, oh my God, it's real. They exist.
Forests like these in Washington state exist all over the world. The promise of fresh air and tranquility lures people in. But these woods are not as peaceful as they seem. Len Payne and his friend Kevin are heading out into nature as they often do. But today, they wander into new territory.
It's just my story. It's what happened to me, and if you believe me, great. If you don't, I'm okay with that. Because people are gonna believe what they want to believe. Me and Kevin grew up together. I've known him since like the 4th grade.
Man, it's too bad Tyler couldn't come, eh? Oh, I know, man. He was actually the one who taught me how to shoot. Oh, really? Yeah, man. Yeah, we used to kick it back home. Yeah, right over here.
We were shooting pellet guns out in the woods, and mostly, you know, pop cans or little birds or whatever kind of crossed our crosshairs, you know, just having fun.
Anybody who goes out in a fairly remote part of the woods does have a chance to run into a creature like this because they are pretty much all over the place.
I used to come down here. Really? When I was a kid, yeah. So you know the area? Practice shooting. Perfect. I don't know it too well because it was a while ago, but here, you go set up and I'll yeah, go over there.
We're setting them up and just shooting target practice, and we were probably out there for a couple of hours.
Can you see it right here? Yep. Perfect. Okay, go for it. 1. Don't hit me though. No. All right, gotta watch out. Oh, dude, you suck. Let's see you do better. All right, let's go. All right. There we go. Yeah. Try again.
So it's probably like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and way off in the distance is when we heard that initial sound, and didn't sound like anything, you know, that we had heard before.
Did you hear that? What was that? It sounded like a coyote? Nothing like I ever heard, man. Dude, that sounded really close. We should probably get out of here. No, man, it can't be that bad.
You know, you're a couple of kids and you don't really know what to listen for. I mean, it could have been an elk or a mountain lion.
We're out in the middle of the woods. This place is really creepy. No, man, it's nothing. I'll take one more shot, okay? All right, one more. I gotta hit it. One more. All right. We gotta hit this one before we leave. Did it. Okay. Where did that come from? I don't know, man. That was not a coyote. Okay, dude, now we're getting out of here. All right.
We heard that scream again, and it's a little closer, it's a little louder.
We gotta get out of here right now. All right, pack up and let's go back to where we came from, dude. This is not good.
It was definitely not a coyote. We decided, well, you know, better not risk it.
That was a close one, man. Yeah, man. I think it's gone. Haven't heard it in a while.
So we start kind of walking back, and we're just, you know, moseying along, talking and stuff.
Okay, man, I've never heard anything like that in my life. We gotta get out of here. Go, go!
When the sound got close enough to us to where we were really getting scared, the sound that this thing made was really high-pitched, shrieky, kind of a scream, but raspy and kind of nasty. Enough to send shivers up your spine and give you goosebumps. It sounded like something we didn't want to mess with, so we decided to hightail it out of there. It could have been anything, really. You know, all of this stuff's going through your mind, and your first instinct is to just get the hell out of there. Something that makes that kind of sound and it's coming towards you, it's either wants to eat you or something worse, so we just got out of there.
It's getting closer. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
We could hear its footsteps crunching through the twigs. We knew it was coming after us because it was getting louder, it was getting closer, and at that point, it was just sheer panic.
The teens have disturbed a creature of legend and unleashed its wrath.
It wants you to leave. It's trying to intimidate you to make you run.
As we were coming out of the woods, like literally we thought we were out of the woods, heading into the clearing. This was like the home stretch to Kevin's house. There was maybe an acre or two of cow pasture and a barbed wire fence to get through. As we came through the clearing and dove through that barbed wire fence, we looked back at where we came, and that's when this thing burst out of the trees. Just both hands in the air, hair flying. Like ultimate panic at that point, like scared to death. When I looked up at it, I didn't really know what I was looking at, so it's like it took a second for my brain to just process this, but it was such a scary moment in time that time almost stood still, but then as soon as it caught up with me, I was out of there. This thing was massive and pissed off. This thing's whole purpose was to get us. It was mad at us for some reason and was chasing us down no matter what was in the way.
It probably knows that humans aren't used to seeing them, and it takes that as its advantage to try and make you leave its territory.
Frightening thing to see in person.
There have been reports of violent acts by these creatures. Hunters gone missing, of hunters found brutally killed, and there's a lot of big barefoot type footprints in the area. Their rifle has been wrapped around a tree.
Len and Kevin headed into an unfamiliar part of the woods for a bit of fun. And now, they are being chased by a terrifying beast.
That was probably the most scared I've ever been. I mean, this was like, we're gonna die today, kind of scared. So as we're getting closer to Kevin's house, at just a full-on sprint, I could tell this thing was getting closer behind it. I could hear it breathing. I could hear it moving through the grass. And the smell preceded it. It just smelled like a dead animal and wet garbage. Kevin's door was open, luckily. It was the back door of the house, and it was a big, thick door with no windows in it. And Kevin got to the door first, I got in second, slammed the door behind us. We were kind of making our way through the house, still scared, didn't know if this thing was gonna come breaking through the door. It hit the door, and it hit so hard it shook the house. Me and Kevin were just like, is it gonna get inside? Why is it chasing us? You know, what are we gonna do, you know, if this thing gets inside? Biggest freak out moment I think I've ever had in my life. That thing broke out the kitchen window, the trash cans hitting the door, and it probably thrashed around back there for a good 5 to 8 minutes. And then all of the sound stopped. Once the banging and the crashing and the glass breaking stopped, it felt like, it's hard to explain, like, is it over or did it make it inside? I can just remember that I'm out of breath, physically shaking. Kevin is physically shaking. We weren't sure if it was in the house or if it had left. We didn't really want to find out. Hiding behind some boxes or a dresser or something. For probably a good 20, 30 minutes until we heard Kevin's dad come in.
Hey! Kevin, are you home?
Dad? Are you there?
Then we knew it was probably safe to come down. We came downstairs and cautiously at first. And there's broken glass everywhere. There's some trash that made it in through the broken window. We went outside, and that metal door had dents in it. 2 of these big galvanized metal trash cans looked like flat beer cans.
The beast is gone, but a piece of it remains behind.
We went out and looked at that barbed wire fence, and it was a string of hair, probably 10, maybe 12 inches long, like a dreadlock almost. Kevin got in contact with someone at the University of Washington, and they did some DNA analysis. It came back as an unknown primate.
After this startling revelation, Len reaches out to John Ray, who has dedicated his life to studying creatures like this.
When I spoke with Len, the tone in his voice, the fear came back, it seems, and he was very afraid. His voice was shaking. The first thing that piqued my interest is the fact that he says he was chased through the woods by something big, and the fact that he actually saw this creature. This creature was real.
John is certain he knows what chased Len and Kevin through the woods.
Every culture on every continent seems to have a legend, or whatever you want to call it, of something we would associate as being a Bigfoot. In Asia, it's called the Yeti. We have the orang pendek. You have the Yowie in Australia. Here in the Pacific Northwest, we go by Bigfoot.
John understands how terrifying an encounter like this can be.
I could tell that this story deeply affected Len. It's not something he's going to forget.
I've never seen anything or heard anything like it personally myself, so, but yeah, I do believe it's out there. So we got chased by Bigfoot.
This mythical beast is thought to be hiding in forests all around the world, as Anna and Cindy are about to find out.
We were in its territory. We were not wanted up there.
Deep in the woods of Washington State, Len and Kevin ventured into Bigfoot's territory without knowing it. And now, in a different part of the state, Anna and Cindy are about to do the same. The tale Anna has to tell terrifies her so much, she doesn't want to be identified.
When you tell people this story, my friends, they would laugh, but I get nervous just talking about it. I'm shivering. I'm still bothered by it. It's still scary.
Anna and Cindy decide this is the perfect day to go grab some fresh air.
Cindy had called me that afternoon and told me to get ready. Let's go on a hike. It was a beautiful day. I said, sure, why not?
It's looking a little dark out. Yeah, should be okay.
Cindy and I realized we were starting the hike a little bit later than your typical hiker.
Still go? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be fine.
We were the last ones on the mountain. That's what kind of spooked us. There was no one else on there.
I'm not worried.
There's only one way in and one way out of that mountain.
A little bit steeper. Yeah, it's harder than I expected. Hey, do you think we can get up the mountain and back before the sun sets? Yeah, I think so. Yeah? If we hurry, come on. All right.
We're a little bit embarrassed because we should know better. We know that with the mountains and the way the sun comes down, it gets dark pretty quick.
No one wants to be trapped on a mountain after darkness falls, miles away from civilization, especially without cell phones. Anna and Cindy hike deeper into the forest, and that's when they discover something bizarre and unsettling.
We noticed that hut, so that was kind of peculiar.
Hey, what's that? I don't know.
It was like a tree trunk that had been covered with branches, like a roof. It was really odd. And there was fresh branches. And it was very difficult for any typical person to get to.
Should we go check it out? It's pretty steep. Come on.
Cindy's more of an adventurous personality. She wanted to check it out. It was so steep and a little bit dangerous to get to, but it was strange and I was curious. I don't even know if to call it a hut. That is just the strangest thing I've ever seen.
The women get the strong sense they are somewhere they shouldn't be, but they can't help themselves.
We were nervous because at first we thought, oh my God, what if there's some creepy guy living in it? I said, it smells in here. It smelled like a wet dog times 10. It was really bad.
Oh, jeez. Jeez. Oh. God, look at this.
The pair find the remains of old clothes and devoured animals.
It just started to get more eerie and scary.
Bones? Oh.
The inside of the tree was scraped, and that being a little bit spooky. It seemed like there was somebody there. It really did feel like we were being watched.
Cindy, what? I don't think we're alone.
Cindy, she doesn't scare easily, but she was like, come on, let's go.
You know what, let's get out of here. Okay, it's getting dark, let's go, okay?
She started climbing up, so I just started to follow her to get out of there as quick as we could. It was getting to a point of where it started to get dark. The way the sun sets on that mountain, we had to get off.
They finally determine they are safe enough to stop and catch their breath.
Hey, slow down.
I have to pee. Just make it quick. And she went behind some brush and leaned up against a tree. I was just standing there.
Hey! Jeez, don't sneak up on me. What are you doing throwing rocks at me? Was it me? And who was it? Okay, don't be ridiculous. It's getting dark. We gotta go. Okay?
I looked at her and I said, what? She honestly believed it was me. She didn't believe me when I told her, no, that was not me.
Damn it. What? Now I gotta go.
That's when I saw one rock come right at me, at a direction from where Cindy was not standing. And then another, close to my head, within inches from the top of my head, that hit the tree that I was leaning against. I panicked.
something out there. Okay, let's go.
I was in a bit of panic mode because I thought there's somebody up there watching us. And that, especially as two young females up on the mountain, you don't know if it's a guy or you don't know what it is.
Once again, they are off and running. But escape may be impossible.
It was kicking into survival instinct and just wanting to survive with that fear of not knowing who or what that was the scariest part. Actually, I'm getting nervous just talking about the story. I just get the shakes.
Anna and Cindy went for a hike on the mountain and ventured deeper into the woods than they should have. Now, after investigating a mysterious dwelling, they're suddenly under attack by the creature known as Bigfoot.
Whoever, whatever it was, throwing rocks at us. We were the last ones on the mountain. It was scary. That did elevate the fear. And it was as if that person or thing was right in front of me. But I couldn't see it. I grabbed Cindy and I whispered, I said, "Shh, I think there's someone nearby." As we're walking, we noticed we both started getting spooked because there feels like there's someone there, like someone's watching us. We started to walk fast, and that's where we can hear branches snapping. The stomping on the ground, that was scary. And that's when Cindy actually started to cry. And when I saw her crying and the look of panic on her face, that scared me.
They can't see what's chasing them, but they know it's angry.
We raced down that trail, started running. That I'd have fear telling the story because of, how intense it was, how scary it was to be. Followed by something, that you can't see, but you can feel. The uncontrollable fear that takes over you and you cry, you can't stop, and the shaking. I just remember shaking a lot. I grabbed Cindy and I said, "Come on." And I grabbed her and I threw her on the ground and we both hid behind a tree. And we're laying there, it got quiet. We're both just whispering, shaking and crying to think that, okay, maybe we lost it or let's just stop and listen. Whatever it was very obvious that it didn't want us up there. Threw right at us, right above our heads. We just booked it down that mountain. When we got to the parking lot, we were crying, jumped in the car. Locking the doors was the first thing we did.
It takes a while for Anna to realize what it was they saw.
It wasn't until we were actually on Highway 2 that we started talking and gaining composure and trying to figure out what was that. That's when I told Cindy that was Bigfoot.
Expert John Ray agrees.
There are common themes to the reports. We find stick structures that we can't explain. We've had these vocalizations that we hear that we can't explain. The witnesses says they experience a nasty smell.
It smells so bad.
We've had reports of rock throwing where witnesses and rocks coming out of the woods at them. It wants you to leave. It's territory.
Anna has learned her lesson.
Years after that incident, I carried my gun to go hiking.
Experiences like this can turn skeptics into believers. Dr. Matthew Johnson dismisses the legend until he takes his family on a hike right into Bigfoot's territory.
Within a matter of minutes, we're surrounded. I was scared to death. I was terrified.
The legend of Sasquatch, or Bigfoot, goes back for centuries.
I do believe that Sasquatch have been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years. All the tribes of Native Americans have some sort of legend and believe in some sort of creature that we would call Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Why are these things so elusive? Why can't we find them with our technology? No amount of survival skills that you have can ever prepare you for being in the presence of something huge in the middle of the woods at night that could rip your lungs out.
Not everyone, much less a trained psychologist like Dr. Matthew Johnson, believes these stories until they have to.
I remember in 6th grade, I checked out a book from the elementary school library that had a picture of Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster and a UFO and ghost on it, and I read through that book and ate it up. Did I believe it? Maybe, maybe not, and it wasn't on my radar. I'm very familiar with the outdoors, very familiar with the wildlife. Got chased by a grizzly bear along the Russian River in Alaska, south of Anchorage, while I was fishing with a buddy. My family just moved down from the state of Alaska. We wanted to get the kids out on a hike in Oregon. The nice thing about this hike was that there wasn't going to be any grizzly bear. So no stress, no anxiety, no need to carry a handgun.
Hey guys. But you're gonna want to be careful. See this right here? Still called brambles. They got thorns in them, so you want to avoid them. Okay, buddy? We're almost at a clearing.
We crossed a path where we could smell this horrific stench coming downwind down the mountains.
You okay, buddy? Oh, what? Oh. What is that?
It smelled as strong as a skunk, but it wasn't a skunk. It was a mix of, I don't know, garbage, wet dog, fecal matter. It was, I can't describe it other than it was just horrific.
Disgusting. Let's go.
Do you see that?
At that point, we knew we were being paralleled, so we knew we were being watched and followed, but we couldn't figure out what it was.
Run.
It was making a deep bass guttural mammal. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're talking big lungs. Never heard anything like that in my life in 20 years of hiking and camping and fishing in Alaska. Neither had my wife. What could be making that noise?
It's gonna be okay. Stay here.
What? It's okay, buddy. Daddy's coming back.
And that's when I saw Bigfoot out of the left corner of my eye walk off the pages of myth and legend into reality. It was about 9 to 10 feet tall, hair all over its body, 3, 4, 5 inches long. It had a protruding brow ridge. Its nose was flat, and the hair came up to the face, but not all the way. And the skin was black, eyes were dark. And then it was behind a tree watching my family over on the trail. Everything I knew about the great outdoors came crashing down inside my head. I literally could feel that cognitive schema just crash. What the heck was I looking at? You know? And I'm like, oh my God, it's real. They exist. Then I felt my brain reboot. And then these real strong protective instincts kicked in. I started making my way down to the trail through the brush and the trees, made a left up to my family, and was like moving them along. Let's go.
Let's get out of here.
What's wrong?
Move.
Go. Let's go. Let's move now.
Keep running. Keep running. Go. Come on. You okay, buddy? You okay?
And they knew something wasn't right because I don't act that way. I'm gonna follow 50, 75 feet behind. So if anything comes up the slope, it's gonna run into me first. And if that happens, you take the kids. And you run. You run. You don't look back. Although I'm almost 7 feet tall and weigh 300 pounds, what I saw on the mountain that day was 9 to 10 feet tall, close to 1,000 pounds, and could have crumbled me up and thrown me away. I'd never been so scared in my life than that day. When I encountered the Bigfoot on July 1st of 2000, I had no idea at that moment in time how it was going to profoundly change my life.
This won't be the doctor's last meeting with the mythical beast. In fact, his journey is just beginning.
I have learned a lot about the Bigfoot phenomenon since that time. I have identified who they are, I know where they come from, and I know why they're here.
Oh my God.
What is that?
What?
On your arm. Please don't hurt my family.
Although hundreds of people have seen Bigfoot over the years, many don't believe he actually exists. Dr. Matthew Johnson is a trained psychologist who is a skeptic until he sees the legendary creature for himself.
After spending years up in the mountains, it's very clear to me that they exist.
Ever since then, Matthew has been determined to find Bigfoot again. It's a passion he shares with his second wife, Cynthia.
Similar to Matt, when I was in elementary school and junior high, I read the books that were available that told the Native American stories. I pretty much had made up my own mind that if there was that kind of creature, human development had probably forced it into being extinct. But when Matt told me his story, I believed it.
While some experts believe Bigfoot has lived alongside humans for millennia, Matthew disagrees.
I found the truth. I know who they are. I know where they're from, and I know why they're here.
His obsession for answers fills his days and his nights.
This looks good, guys. Yeah? Yeah, I think right here.
Okay.
Set up. All right.
So we would go out there around midnight in the middle of the woods and set up a night sit area. Turn our flashlights off and sit there in the dark and wait for them to come to us.
The couple invites a close companion to join them.
Howie's a friend of ours because he is the Bigfoot fanatic.
Maybe a little bit more this way. This way? Yeah.
I'll set up here, and then I'll be able to see right in between you guys.
We set up 3 chairs. We were kind of in a semicircle. And the idea behind setting up our chairs that way was that we would have a 360-degree view.
I'm sitting in this chair, and Cynthia's sitting here, and Howie's sitting here. And all of a sudden, Cynthia and I are looking over at Howie, and we see this dim light.
What is that?
There's this glowing light right by his right elbow. All of a sudden, this ball of light moves up his right arm up to his hand, and then back down to his elbow, and then up to his right shoulder.
What?
On your arm.
What? What?
On your arm.
Why? What is that?
What is it?
What is it?
Did you see it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
And then it zips up into the sky about 20, 30 feet above us, and then it zips off out of the woods.
It's really hard to describe. I was just really left with my jaw hanging open.
And we're sitting there in the dark, and all of a sudden we, I don't know, within a matter of minutes, we're surrounded.
You guys hear that?
What is
Sounds like footsteps.
Sounds like they're coming close.
Is it them?
Yeah.
Really?
Sounds like there's more than one.
Is it dangerous?
It was definitely something large on 2 feet.
Are we in trouble?
There was light coming through what was left of the leaves on the trees.
So I start speaking up in my calm psychologist voice, and I say,
Look, we mean you no harm. We don't have any weapons. We're not armed. Please don't hurt my family, okay?
Now he's going, Doc, he's coming right at you. And all of a sudden, he disappeared, but you could still hear the footsteps coming. You could see the brush moving. You could see the ferns where his feet were, kicking the brush, were moving, and he was coming closer and closer.
Watch out!
What?
He bumps my left side and spins me around like I'm a little kid. He continued to walk past me and into the brush and trees behind me. And you could hear the footsteps. You could see the brush move where his feet were. You could see the branches move up to 8 feet off the ground.
The encounter changes both Matthew's idea of Bigfoot and his life.
During my first encounter with the Bigfoot, I was scared to death. I was terrified. Why? Well, because I didn't know then what I know now. That's why.
Between his claim of Bigfoot's ability to manipulate light and its capacity to appear and disappear, Matthew now believes that the Sasquatch are a race of beings with special powers. Perhaps not even of this earth.
You're not dealing with an animal. You're dealing with a intelligent, sentient being. And their ultimate goal is to connect with the human race.
Whether extraterrestrial in origin or indigenous to our planet, expert John Ray still warns everyone to stay out of their territory. As Anna and Cindy and Len and Kevin found out the hard way.
If they felt threatened, these creatures are known to be very territorial. It's its kingdom. It's going to want to protect it. It's not going to want humans or anything else messing around with it.
It's weird because I'm shivering. I'm surprised that I'm still bothered by it. It's still an exciting experience, but it's scary at the same time.
We never went out to that part of the woods, I don't think ever again. We avoided that place like the plague.
If a Sasquatch wanted to kill a human, it would be very easy. They could throw a fairly big rock at us and hit us in the head and it would be all over. It could kill us easily in many different ways, the same way it kills its prey. We're not any different than the prey.
The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. And the deep, dark forest is home to another evil, satanic cults.
Probably not a good idea to get involved in it.
We chose Friday the 13th on purpose.
Those who seek them out may not live to tell the tale.
Punishment by death.
Hi! It didn't seem real, it seemed like a dream. What have we gotten ourselves into?
Is the devil real? Whether you believe or not, there are those who seek to commune with the dark power of evil.
I can't give you an exact figure, but satanic rituals and cults certainly do exist, and from what I understand, they may also be on the rise.
Sean Seaback and his friend Joe are about to find out some things are better left to the imagination.
Things aren't always what they seem, I suppose, and maybe sometimes the cookie-cutter places can be some of the most strange and dangerous. The story is kind of the coming-of-age story.
Growing up in a small town surrounded by forest, there really isn't much for a kid to do, except maybe get into trouble.
It's just a typical, you know, American small town. I think the population at the time was just over 200 people. So, a very small town indeed.
But such places are full of dark secrets.
Hey!
You start to hear stories from the elderclassmen, so to speak. The guys in leather jackets who smoke cigarettes and drink beer.
So you guys think you're pretty cool, huh? I bet you're not tough enough to go up to the old Girl Scouts camp.
Why would we go to the old Girl Scouts camp?
There's devil worshippers up there doing sacrifices.
Well, first, when we heard about the abandoned campsite, we just thought that it was them trying to scare us and spook us, jerking around, trying to have fun with us.
You've been?
Yeah, I've been.
We'll go. We'll get proof.
To be honest, I think that there was a part of us that wanted to go back there and prove our worth. Prove to not only the older kids, but to ourselves as well, that we're courageous enough to face this. And if we can get proof, even better, and then we'll have something to show the other kids in this town.
But maybe you shouldn't take on every dare, especially when it comes to satanic cults.
Well, cults by definition, or historically, they are very secretive and they don't want that their secrets revealed to the rest of society.
We chose Friday the 13th on purpose. I mean, it's Friday the 13th. When you're younger, that's a big deal. But we didn't tell our parents at all, absolutely not. We had no idea what we were going to find, and nobody knew that we were going back there. Just got into his car and drove there that night. We took a long drive around some back country roads just to kind of make sure that we wanted to do this. The longer we drove, the more we got ourselves psyched up, and the more real it felt and became. And then the question kind of fell upon us, like, well, what if they really are back there?
Perhaps what's most disturbing after one finds the small cult, satanic cult within your small town, your next thought may be, who else in the town, who do I know, may be part of that cult? Is it my teacher, a friend, storekeeper? Who else is involved?
We needed proof that we actually saw something, so we decided to bring a disposable camera with a flash with us. This was before the days, of course, of, you know, cell phones and all that.
This camp has been deserted for decades. Sean and Joe have to leave the car behind and hike almost a mile to get to the woods.
There was just a heavy chain wrapped around them. Completely ignored the no trespassing sign.
What are we doing? Oh, this is so stupid.
Even though the camp is abandoned, the friends get the sense they aren't alone.
Once we started on foot, and as we approached the forest, not really knowing what we were going to find, we were walking very slowly, tiptoe-ish, so we wouldn't be seen. That's when we started to hear tribal drums.
Did you hear those drums? Yes. Okay, come on. Why? Shh.
heading deeper into the woods is not a good idea. At least, not without weapons. The question is, where to find them. The boys luck out and stumble upon the defenses they need.
There was like a tire iron, there was, I think maybe a baseball bat. My palms were sweaty, my heart was racing, the adrenaline was just pumping through my body, borderline fainting. It kind of seemed like a dream as we started to approach the actual entrance to the woods.
They may be armed, but that doesn't mean they're ready for what's out here. On Friday the 13th, Sean and Joe head to an abandoned Girl Scouts camp in search of a satanic cult rumored to conduct rituals here. And as they get closer, they start to suspect something evil is lurking in the woods.
Well, cults by definition, or historically, they are very secretive, and should any member of society outside of the cult stumble across one of their rituals, there would be a consequence to that. Could be very dangerous.
The woods are very thick, the trees are very tall, and there's like an entrance to the forest, but where the trees start, they kind of branch over each other, creating like this weird tunnel. It's really cool and fascinating, but really kind of creepy at the same time when you're back there at night and you see the moon.
As the boys near the source of the drumming, the stronger their fear grows.
It was really quiet, except for the sounds that we heard. It was kind of like an out-of-body experience, I guess I could say. It didn't seem real, it seemed like a dream. That's when we started to hear a woman screaming. I've never heard any woman ever shriek like that, except for in the movies, when they're being chased by somebody in a mask. Then we saw torches bobbing up and down, going across the trail. Really fast, and it was really just a rush of excitement and fright.
What is that? Hell no. Oh, we gotta get a picture of this. Let's go around.
Sean and Joe find a hidden vantage point and finally catch a glimpse of what outsiders are forbidden to see.
There was a statue of the Virgin Mary, a decapitated deer head sitting on top of it where her face would be. And there was dinner cutlery stuck throughout the statue, like dinner forks, dinner knives, and there was like blood running down the statue. our minds, we thought maybe she's being sacrificed to Satan, something like that. I didn't hear myself breathe. My first thought when I saw all of that was, this is absolutely 100% real. What have we gotten ourselves into?
It's not just the cult they have to worry about, but also what horrors they may summon.
What can come out of a satanic ritual? The conjuring of a figure representing Satan or the devil or an evil energy will be the end game, and how that energy is used afterwards is anybody's guess.
Yet there is an even greater danger these kids face. Getting caught. Sean and Joe went looking for devil worshippers on a dare. Now their mission to find a satanic cult has led them down a dark and dangerous path.
If this cult did manage to conjure an entity or a physical being through their ritual, that would probably scar the minds of the kids who witnessed it in the first place, and their worlds will undoubtedly be turned upside down.
They want to return with proof of what they've seen.
I gotta get a picture of this.
Before the photo can be snapped, they are caught seeing what outsiders are not supposed to witness.
They spotted us. When we were spotted, they must have seen the flashlight.
They don't want their secrets revealed to the rest of society.
If you're ever in a situation where you're being chased by a large predatory animal, that's the only way that I can describe the way I felt. It must feel like being chased by a lion. We just booked it.
The last thing they want is to be captured by people who worship Satan.
Consequences can range from a stern but scary warning to punishment by death, and not just of the witness, but to their family, to their loved ones.
We got in the car, we dove in, and we peeled out of there. It was frightening and exhilarating, and we were just kind of like, holy shit, what was that?
The boys escape with their lives, but not with the proof they need.
What the hell?
We have to go back and get a picture. Nobody is going to believe us.
Fine.
Us being as naive as we were, decided to go back. It was not my idea to turn back, but I was all for it. I think at that moment we're brothers in arms, and we decided to just go back there and do it together.
All right, I gotta get back out, I guess.
That was a bad idea.
They discover their return has been anticipated.
We never got the photo. Our intention 100% was to just get in and get out as fast as possible and snap as many pictures as we could. That is not what happened. When we saw those headlights, we said, oh shit. The passenger door swings open, and this real squirrely guy comes out and just immediately runs toward the car. And we immediately thought, what have we gotten ourselves into? Why did we come back? This was a stupid idea. Now we're caught, we're busted, and we might possibly die.
Hey!
His eyes are bloodshot red, and he's just, he's going crazy.
What do you think you're doing here?
Smacking the driver's side window and just starts beating on the windshield with his hands.
Ah! What are you doing here?
Cussing, swearing, up and down,
Hello?
threatening us, telling us that we made the biggest mistake of our lives. So we just see this large silhouette of a man slowly walk, very calm.
Hey!
The driver is very tall, he had broad shoulders. He also had a beard, blue jeans, just the typical blue collar type of guy in a small town.
What are you doing here?
We were just,
And the guy asked us what we were doing back there.
We were looking for a party. We got lost. We're just looking for a place to turn the car around.
Uh-huh, sure. You got ID?
Yeah?
Give it here.
Joe, don't give him his license. He's gonna know where you live. He's gonna get your address. Da, 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 da. And Joe, you know, he takes out his wallet, slipped it through the window. And I'm like, no, what are you doing? Don't do that, don't do that.
Get out of here. Consider this a warning. You come back, I've got my shotgun ready.
It all sends a message that you don't mess with us, you don't mess with what we believe in and what we're trying to do.
My friend said, didn't this used to be an old Girl Scout camp? Without missing a beat, the driver, the big tall guy, said,
Girl Scouts? Boy, there hasn't been Girl Scouts running through these woods in years. That's all been taken care of.
We absolutely knew that it had to have been part of the cult. How else would those guys, I mean, it's too coincidental for two random hillbillies to just drive back there on a whim in the middle of the night. Their eyes were just staring at us all the way back, and we drove forward and never looked back.
After tonight, it's impossible for Sean to look at his town the same way again.
Once we found out that there was indeed a cult back there, it made you wonder if there was some sort of conspiracy or cover-up going on from possibly the churches, or maybe the mayor, or even the local police force. It did make me look at things in a different light. To know that those people weren't just from out of town, that they actually could possibly be our neighbors, was pretty scary.
Sean and Joe now understand that you don't mess with devil worshippers, let alone the devil himself. But many still haven't learned that lesson. Zach and his friends are about to experience what can happen when you call forth the Dark Lord. Sean and Joe risked their lives seeking out a satanic cult.
Consider this a warning. You come back, I've got my shotgun ready.
But that's nothing compared to what happens when you engage with the Dark One himself. Locals call this the Devil's Turning Point. It's a piece of dead land in an isolated forest. The air is thick with decay. Very little manages to grow here. Paranormal investigator Peter Rowe has studied the legend.
The Devil's Turning Point. It's an area of cleared land in the middle of this naked forest in Chatham County, North Carolina. And a legend has grown since 1903.
They say Satan prowls this spot in the dead of night, ever since mankind ushered him forth. Because of its sinister reputation, the clearing has been the site of many satanic rituals, and that has opened the door for evil to come and stay.
Our best guess is that at some point in the not too distant past, a ritual has taken place in this area, and it may have created what's known as a portal for demonic entities to come through from one realm into our reality.
People avoid this place like the plague, but every now and then, someone comes looking for trouble.
Everything that's happened was definitely like an omen to stay away from this place.
Zach, his girlfriend Lisa, and friends Colby and Tyler went out in search of a thrill. None of them were willing to go on camera to share their story, but Peter Rowe is very familiar with their case.
Well, Zach was a local resident who had obviously heard of this legend and wanted to see if the devil does indeed show up at the Devil's Turning Point. This was a very dangerous experiment to try. Even with 3 or 4 people, it was very, very, very risky. So when Zach and his friends arrived, they noticed a white cross was painted nearby, just outside the clearing.
Come on, guys. It's just a bunch of lines.
Hey. Okay.
Now, the cross could have meant one of 2 things, either safety for anyone who was about to enter the clearing, or it could have been a symbol that was keeping whatever was in the clearing from leaving the clearing and keeping it caged.
If anything weird happens, then come back here. I think this is a safe spot.
Okay.
Zach's good friend Colby came along as a skeptic. He didn't believe in the legend at all, thought it was all garbage, and wanted to be there to prove that to his friends.
But the rest of the gang believes the legend is real, and they want to get proof that the devil walks this land.
So Zach and his crew brought along a couple pieces of equipment, a digital camera and video camera as well, and hopefully capture some sort of phenomenon that they could take back with them to show the world that, yes, the devil does indeed visit the Devil's Turning Point.
Colby brings his own test for the fabled turning point. A sapling.
Into these places, it's hard. You definitely have to keep an awareness. Messing with these things, even no matter how experienced you are, can get out of control.
Oh, jeez.
So the group very tentatively stepped into the clearing.
This is it.
This is cold.
Yeah, it is.
Seriously, is this it?
Yeah.
Yes, Colby, this is it.
It's a bunch of dirt, guys.
Take this.
I can start a fire up here.
Yeah, it's freezing.
Hey, Zach, tell us about what you're doing.
Well, we're starting a fire before it gets too dark. We're gonna try and see the devil. Apparently, he roams these lands. I think we'll see Tyler pee his pants if we're lucky enough.
Dude, shut up. I'm trying to make a fire over here.
Colby had a bit of a jerk streak in him and wanted to use this opportunity to mess with his friends and have a bit of fun for his own sake.
Yo, what's that? Oh, you know, they said that nothing could grow here. I want to prove them wrong. What if it sprouts a tree demon? Whatever, man. You're the one that believes in demons, not me.
Dude, why'd you even come if you're gonna be such a buzzkill?
Not being a buzzkill. Grow, save the planet, prove you guys wrong that demons exist.
That's the spirit. Thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Colby, was that lighter you gave me earlier empty?
No, man. I just bought that at the gas station. It should be full.
It's not working.
The group soon realizes something is preventing them from building a fire.
Just won't start.
Lisa was already feeling nervous going into this, but once inside, she reported feeling that they were being watched from the perimeter of the circle.
I don't think we're alone.
If someone's here with them, they want to know who.
People may also feel like they're being watched, or that there's just kind of a shiver sort of behind them.
Let's
It's such a bad
You know, I got that on tape.
Oh, yeah, great.
Tyler and Colby and Zach and Lisa decided to split up.
Meet up with you boys in a second.
Right. We should probably go cover some ground ourselves.
And it turns out that that wasn't a very good idea at all.
All right. We've braved our way through the woods all by ourselves. How you doing back there, Lise?
Feeling a little weird, actually.
Oh, that's kind of creepy.
Yeah, man.
Their search leads to something highly disturbing.
Don't laugh, it's not funny.
There were several paintings and images carved into the tree line just outside the perimeter that were very creepy.
What is this?
Let's get out of here, yo.
Depictions of satanic images and imagery and pentagrams and whatnot carved into the tree line outside of the clearing.
Let's just go back to camp, please. Come on.
I'm coming.
So as Zach and Lisa explore their side of the clearing, Lisa feels a push from behind. So this freaked her out.
They are definitely not alone in the woods tonight, and the devil has plans for them.
I think something wanted to be found out there.
Zach, Lisa, Colby, and Tyler head out to a site where satanic rituals have opened a door for the devil to walk through.
There are a lot of different types of things going on behind the scene as far as evil rituals, as far as cults, as far as people summoning some of the darker energies that are out there.
And now, the group has a powerful sense that evil is here with them.
What the hell was that?
What?
Why'd you push me?
Babe, I didn't touch you.
An unseen force has nearly knocked Lisa over.
Something is out here, Zach, I swear.
And this prompts her to pull out her digital camera and start taking photos of the area immediately.
Wait a second. Something.
The flash seems to bounce back at them, as if it had hit a wall along the perimeter of this clearing. This suggests to me that there may have been some sort of a border or a wall of some kind that reflected the light.
Look at this. What is that?
And when Lisa looked down at her camera screen, she noticed that there were several orbs flitting about each of her pictures. They began to think that perhaps there really was something to the legend after all.
Let's go back.
Yeah, good call. Wait for me.
Zach and Lisa turn back and head towards the clearing. They start to see shadow figures up ahead of them through the trees, and voices as well that they figure are Tyler and Colby's voices. They see the clearing up ahead. Through the trees, they see a shadow pacing around it. But when they reach the clearing, they're not there. At this point, Lisa's feeling extremely frightened and feels even more strongly that they're being watched from the outside. Tensions were pretty high at this point when suddenly Zach felt a hand on his shoulder.
Oh my God!
Funny, Colby!
Thanks, Colby.
Colby was having a grand old time at his friend's expense.
It's getting too dark. It's freezing.
Oh, we're not staying here all night, are we?
Of course we are. This is funny.
Yeah,
You guys don't actually believe in this nonsense, do you?
Despite strong apprehension, they decide to camp out for the night.
The longer they stayed there, the stranger things got, and a sense of dread was palpable.
Yo, so I was trying to light this. It wasn't lighting.
It's a new lighter, isn't it?
Yeah, Colby just got it.
Something is still preventing the group from building a fire.
It's not a new lighter. They soaked it in lighter fluid.
And now, more trouble.
Hey man, what's going on?
Zach started to feel sick to his stomach.
Zach, get up! Zach!
My stomach!
Tyler, concerned for his friend, started toward him.
Tyler!
As he was moving to Zach, he suddenly fell flat on his face and broke his nose. Blood splattered everywhere.
Tyler! Come on, man. Jeez.
Wake up!
Because Tyler had dropped his flashlight inside the clearing, Zach returned to retrieve it, and as he did, he felt a burning sensation on his lower leg.
You're okay, man.
Zach immediately rolled up his pant leg, and by the light of the flashlight, everyone could see what looked like bite marks forming in red on his leg. It's very doubtful that these bite marks were made by a wild animal that Zach didn't happen to see while he was inside the clearing. I have no explanation for bite marks of this nature. These are not unheard of in areas of paranormal activity where demonic entities or even Satan is reputed to be present.
Oh my God! I don't want to do this anymore. Let's go. Come on, guys, let's go.
At this point, Lisa is absolutely freaking out. She didn't want to stay any longer. Zach had a bite mark, or what looked like a bite mark, on his leg, and she wanted to leave.
Fear is what is used to control people. It happens a lot more than we really know about.
Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me right now? There's nothing here, guys.
Look at his legs!
Colby had a different reaction.
The devil does not exist. There's something here!
He started to get more angry, and the skeptic in him also came out, and he decided to use a bit of provocation.
Hello, devil! Come on, hello! Hail Satan, are you out there? No! There's no devil here!
calling out the devil, asking him to show itself. Everybody else thought that was a bad idea, and in most cases, that is a bad idea.
Hello, devil!
Colby, stop messing around, man! It's not funny!
Guys, look at this.
What? Colby?
Lisa took another photo of him, and when she looked at her screen, she noticed a bright light seemed or appeared to be entering Colby's body at the same time.
Get out!
And that's when Colby started to change.
Colby, you okay? Colby! Colby! God!
And he began speaking in tongues, languages that he wouldn't have known and his friends had never heard him speak before. It would seem that Colby, by provoking the devil or calling it out, got his wish.
Zach and his friends went to a clearing in the woods where the devil is said to prowl. Zach's friend Colby called out the Dark One.
Hello, devil!
And it came for him.
Colby employed provocation, which is never a good idea.
Colby! Colby, stop! Colby!
Now, evil has Colby in its clutches.
Guys?
What?
And he's turned on his friends.
Colby!
You just don't know what's there. And challenging it on its own turf is never a good idea. At this point, Colby's eyes snapped open, and they were no longer his. They were glowing red.
Possession is the phenomenon where we have our body and our mind and our soul all occupying one space. Another being actually moves into our physical body space with our soul still being there.
And amazingly, Colby began to levitate about 2 feet into the air. Tyler rushed over to help Colby. Both fell to the ground. Tyler was now affected, writhing, screaming in agony as if he were being ripped apart by an animal.
Get Tyler! Get him! Lisa, his back's bleeding. Colby!
It says hell!
Zach and Lisa pull Tyler to safety outside of the clearing. The word hell has been scratched into his back as if something with a claw had etched it there.
I want to go. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
Get him back to the car!
Tyler still had enough energy to help Zach and Lisa drag Colby back out of the clearing.
Colby is pulled past the sapling he planted mere hours ago. It's already dead. Luckily, that's not Colby's fate.
And almost as suddenly as it began, Colby seemed to return to a normal state. They passed the white cross that they'd passed on the way in.
The group hopes reaching the white cross means they are finally safe.
This didn't turn out to be the case.
Oh my god! Oh my god, what is that?
Lisa looked up down the road. A black, tall, thin figure of a man was standing watching the group. Seeing this ominous black figure watching them from just up the road was the final straw.
Oh shit!
He's gonna find us!
And the four of them tumbled into the car, and the car would not start.
Please hurry! Just please hurry!
Go! Start it! Let's go! Start this car!
The last time the friends spot the figure, it's but a few yards away from the car, and that's when the car started. And they tore out of there as fast as they could. Five or 6 miles down the road, Zach pulls the car over so that everyone can get out and have a breather and reflect on what had just happened.
But there is no evading the devil.
To their utter horror, when they looked behind them, the black figure had returned and seemed to be approaching them. This time there was no stopping the car, and Zach drove everyone to the safety of their own homes. Zach, Tyler, Lisa, and Colby have never been back.
Even though they escaped that night, the ordeal doesn't end.
After that eventful evening, strange things happened to all four of the friends for months, and all four of them have experienced visions of the thin, dark man in their own homes. The sighting of the thin man after the event is not unheard of in paranormal circles. Usually when an entity does this, they're sending a message, and that is, you've come onto my territory, I'm coming onto yours. And the fact that this entity continued to appear for months afterwards, to me, seems like a message. Don't come back, otherwise you'll be seeing more of me.
Like Zach and his friends, Sean and Joe are also left scarred by their ordeal.
I went back a couple of years ago because I wanted to write about the experience, and I got as far as the gate, and I'm not going to go back there. I mean, I'm 36 years old now. You know, I don't have any ghosts to chase. It brought back a lot of the same feelings that I had that night, and it's still pretty terrifying when I think about it, and I think about how lucky we actually were to get out unscathed.
There are a lot of unknowns when you're dealing with that type of energy.
I don't advise anyone to go looking for the devil, asking for the devil, let alone provoking the devil, just for kicks especially. From what I know, it's a life-changing experience. It's one that comes with dire consequences, and you just shouldn't do it.
The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. In the woods of West Virginia lurks a fearsome entity born of bloody legend. Once it latches onto you, it won't let go.
It looks like death.
We made it angry.
Run!
This was just pure evil.
Don't come and get us. It's gonna come and get us.
The town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia is postcard pretty on the outside. But years ago, a devastating tragedy shook its residents to the core.
The Silver Bridge was a bridge spanning from Point Pleasant to Canalga, Ohio. It collapsed on December 15, 1967. It was the worst bridge disaster in U.S. history, claimed 46 lives.
This was just a huge, traumatic event for the small town.
I was right in the middle of it when it happened. I was 5 years old in Point Pleasant, West Virginia.
At the time, a mysterious creature was seen clinging to the bridge. Because of its expansive wings and insect-like appearance, it became known as the Moth Man.
There were people that claimed they seen it flying around some of the towers of the bridge a few days before the bridge collapsed. People thought that this creature caused the collapse of the bridge. There were over 100 reported sightings to the authorities. My guess is there were probably hundreds more who never reported anything because they were afraid of being called crazy.
There are those that think the Moth Man itself is a harbinger of doom.
The Moth Man sightings in 1966 started a gigantic surge of media coverage and a lot of curious people who descended on Point Pleasant to get a glimpse of this creature for themselves. You know, there were people driving around with rifles and guns. The military and the police did come in and quarantine that area off. This brought a lot of theories that there was a cover-up. The fear still is out there.
These days, this legendary being is said to haunt the woods outside of Point Pleasant.
It's a perfect environment. It still is. It's desolate, it's very eerie, it's dead silent. Nothing has really changed in the 60, 70 years. It's a very scary place to be.
In 2008, Jeff and Crystal Drenning head out to the area for a little getaway.
When we went on this trip, we thought we were just going for a day trip, something different. I had no idea it would change our lives like this.
I entirely regret it. I wish we would have gone anywhere else but Point Pleasant. We were working retail management at the time, and it was few and far between that we had weekends off together. So one came up, and we decided it was within driving distance. We wanted to head out to that area. So if we keep going down...
A casual stop for directions changes their destiny.
The man started talking to us and explained these stories. So that'll bring us to the bunker?
As he was telling us this, you know, I thought it was pretty cool. It was neat. Something different. So he just drew us a map where there was a lot of paranormal activity reported.
Thank you so much for your help.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks. Crystal and I always shared just a brief interest in the paranormal. I mean, we didn't really put much stock into it.
But upon being alerted to Mothman's stalking grounds, they find the lure irresistible.
Just gotta go straight ahead.
We decided to just give it a shot. You know, it'd be like a little adventure following the little map he drew us, treasure hunt kind of deal.
This is it.
If I had the opportunity to go back, no, there's absolutely nothing that would get me to go out there.
Got it?
Is this it?
I think so.
Crystal and Jeff decide to make the most of the experience and return with proof of their adventure.
Ready? Okay. We went just to the local Walmart and got a digital voice recorder. That was the first time we tried anything like that.
Ready?
Yeah, this thing works. This way?
Sure.
It did feel eerie, which we just attributed to the environment itself.
I think this is the place. Do you have that recorder thing?
Oh, yeah.
Did you put the batteries in it?
Yes, I did. Do you want to work it?
And record. Hello? Is anyone there? If you're here, can you make an audible noise to make your presence known? Just say a word. Can you hear me?
Here, let me try.
Good luck.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
If there's anything you want to tell us, this is your last chance.
At the time, we audibly heard absolutely nothing.
Let's go.
Sure. And when we backed out, I didn't think anything happened. You know, I just chalked it up to cross this little adventure off on the list and head back into town. I'll try and get some rest.
When we got back home, we were just kind of waiting around to go out to eat.
Did you get anything?
So we just thought we'd waste some time and rewind the recorder and see what we got.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you there?
Just on the off chance, I mean, it was more of an obligation. We took the time to ask the questions, go out there and actually do the session. Might as well give it a go. Listen to what we recorded.
If there's anything you want to tell us, this is your last chance.
What?
No. Let me see that.
And then we heard this really deep voice just say, "I'm here."
Someone's messing with
And
Did you mess
I just blew my mind. Like, it was like we almost went into like kind of a state of shock. We just were speechless, just stared at each other. We blew our minds. We couldn't believe that we actually caught something on our recorder.
If there's anything you want to tell us, this is your last chance.
What?
And it just takes you aback. It was really a deep, raspy, guttural voice, but it didn't sound like it should come from any humanoid vocal cords.
I was not prepared for what was going to happen next.
Hello?
I thought it was just a computer or telemarketer or something like that.
That was weird.
What was it?
In there.
But I quickly found out that it wasn't any of those things.
Jeff?
There was a voice, and it was definitely not human. It was really strange. I knew that something wasn't right.
We knew we're dealing with something that shouldn't exist.
Let's go inside.
We knew 100% that whatever we picked up in Point Pleasant had followed us home.
Here, let me try.
On a whim, Jeff and Crystal Drenning went into the woods to try and contact a legendary creature, the Moth Man.
If there's anything you want to tell us, this is your last chance.
If you go in and mess with something like this, we have learned the hard way that you're almost opening a door.
Now that they've conjured the entity, it won't leave them alone.
People that, had encounters, with this thing are never to be able to shake that feeling that there's something unexplainable that is still in their life. It won't go away, a haunting, so to speak.
Odd things started happening.
We were getting ready to go out to dinner, and I went into the bathroom just to touch up makeup or something like that. I went to grab the doorknob. And the doorknob was just burning hot. And I pulled my hand back, and there was like this dark black ashy substance on my fingers from where I touched the knob. I immediately thought, oh my gosh, something is on fire.
Jeff! Fire! Jeff!
So she yelled for me, so I go.
Jeff! Hurry! Fire!
And I touch the doorknob, and it's burning hot. I mean, it's radiating heat from inside the doorknob. It's literally hot to touch to the point where it blisters your hand.
Fire! Jeff!
Crystal, are you okay?
Jeff!
I thought there was a fire in the wall, possibly, with the wiring.
Hurry! Hurry, Jeff! Hurry!
Crystal, I'm coming in.
Okay.
Stand back.
All right.
I'm looking around to make sure, you know, hey, there's no fire internally in the wall.
There was nothing, no fire. Everything was completely normal.
Jeff.
We then opened up the back of the bathroom door.
There's handprints on the back of the bathroom door. It was these elongated fingers, almost really skinny, long fingers with the hand there. I mean, the hand's 3 or 4 times the size of mine. I mean, I'm a pretty big guy, and this is just, it dwarfs mine in comparison. And we see the handprints on the door, and it's like this ashen, sooty kind of residue. And it's just 2 or 3 of them on the door. You could tell it wasn't human. There's no way it was human.
We realized pretty soon that the activity that we started to have was nothing compared to what we would end up having to deal with. When I was home alone, I was definitely on edge. It was looking over your shoulder, wondering if something's going to happen at any time, and it takes a lot out of you to be constantly on edge like that.
Jeff? Thought you were at work.
She continues to talk to what she thought was me, and there's no response. She saw a hand just press up against the shower curtain. I mean, there's something there. It's not something she imagined. I mean, she actually felt it.
There was different things drawn. There'd be like big handprints. There'd be different symbols, mainly like drawings of eyes and things like that. The door was locked. There was no way anybody else could come in and draw them.
It takes it to an entirely different level. I mean, your home is supposed to be your safe haven, and it's now ground zero, essentially. It was late. I worked a closing shift. It was probably 10:30 p.m. I was out in the middle of nowhere on this lone stretch of highway. It's incredibly desolate. There's no residences around or anything for probably 15-20 miles. This was a road that I had driven daily. I mean, to and from work. I'd never noticed anything out of the ordinary prior to this. And I rounded a turn on the road, and just on the edge of my headlights, I caught a silhouette of someone, and I thought that's kind of strange. A hitchhiker out here in the middle of nowhere, he's never going to catch a ride. I mean, he's literally in the middle of nowhere.
Hey!
As I approach him, I can see that this wasn't a normally dressed person. I mean, they had a cloak on, like a hood. It draped all the way down to their ankles. Their hands were at their side.
Do you need a ride or what?
They had these really twitchy kind of movement to them.
Can you get out of the way?
This thing turned around. It brought its forearm up to shield its eyes from the headlights. And the first thing that I noticed was this desiccated, gray, mottled-looking skin on the hand. I mean, it almost looked decomposed. Then it brought its arm down. I could see two eyes glowing. And it wasn't like an animal's eyes. When you shine a light on them, they'll reflect back at you. These were independently glowing. I mean, it almost like it had its own light source. So I'm completely awestruck. This doesn't make sense to me. And then it breaks the stillness of the whole situation. I let out this ear-piercing shriek. It looks almost like death, what you think death would look like.
There's something unexplainable in their life. It won't go away. This thing is just pure evil.
The legendary Moth Man has haunted the woods of West Virginia since the 1960s. Jeff and Crystal Drenning have crossed its path, and now it's stalking them.
They're seeing this thing and hearing it and encountering it over and over.
It's terrifying to live with this. Your home is supposed to be a safe place to be, and you never know when something's going to happen.
Jeff finds himself face to face with the blood-curdling creature in the middle of nowhere.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around what is in front of me. It was really animalistic. The movement in itself is enough for me to know there's no way, shape, or form that was a human. Just coming closer to me. So immediately, I think, you know, oh my God, what am I gonna do?
You could feel it when something was near. It was just, the air became just really thick. You could almost feel your lungs start to tighten up and your heart beating. It was almost as if it just surrounded you.
Once it manifests itself physically, I mean, that's an entirely different ballgame. It's terrifying. I mean, you feel violated almost. Just something has breached your home, but at the same time, it's terrifying because, I mean, obviously this thing that isn't supposed to exist not only contacted you, not only replied to what you said, it's taken the next step further and followed you home.
That voice definitely haunted us. We began to hear that voice not only in recordings, but we would actually got to the point where we would hear it audibly.
It's here. It's here.
And every time I hear that voice, it's just complete dread. This voice is just like pure evil. I would wonder, what do you want? What do you want from us?
No, he's here. He's here.
We would actually hear things in your home, just disembodied footsteps.
As the activity grew stronger, it became more violent.
Glasses that would come out of the cabinet and break, silverware that would actually be thrown on the floor. You could hear from the next room. The knocks on the wall. The phone calls, the disembodied footsteps. Sometimes you'd hear voices as well in the next room. Garbled speech, you couldn't really make out what it was saying, but you could definitely tell that it was there.
Pushed to the point of desperation, Crystal and Jeff returned to where their nightmare began.
You ready?
Yeah.
We decided to go back just to try to get some answers. We just had enough. We got to a point where we were like, that's it. This thing has followed us home, but we know that it came and attached itself to us in Point Pleasant, so we're going to go there to the source and just confront this once and for all.
I mean, it was almost a last-ditch effort. It seemed like we didn't have anywhere else to turn.
It was a completely different ball game than the first time. The first time that we went, we were just, looking for some entertainment, having fun. This time we wanted to fight this thing down.
When we crossed that threshold, it was almost like we could feel just this really ominous, suppressing type feeling. It was almost like something was closing in around you.
This is it. To the quarter? To the quarter road?
Yeah.
Are you here?
This time it was more along the lines of demanding answers.
had enough!
We were very frustrated. We were tired of it.
What do you want from us? Just leave us alone!
Don't hear anything? Anything's here?
Say something!
This feeling continued to grow and grow. It was a feeling I can't even begin to explain. It was almost like you just wanted to jump out of your own body.
Seriously! We can't take it anymore!
We know you're here! Come out!
Finally, Jeff just told it.
It's now or never!
After I'd said it's now or never, I gave it 10 or 15 seconds to answer. I didn't hear anything.
Oh, come on, Jeff!
What was that?
I don't know.
It was like a freight train hit me.
Jeff!
Something just hit him in the chest, and he just lifted up in the air and just went.
Are you okay?
I thought, this is it. I'm gonna die. There's no doubt about it.
He just looked up at me. His face was pure white, and he just said, "Run."
Run! I'm not leaving you here.
I jet as fast as I can.
It literally felt like we were running for our lives, that whatever this was, I thought we were done for.
Hello?
After months of torment, Jeff and Crystal returned to the site where they first encountered Moth Man to beg for peace. It doesn't work.
Run! Run!
I just know that an unseen force literally just assaulted me. So in my mind it was run, get to the car, get out of here.
I was pretty much in shock when we were running. I thought that this was it, that it was going to kill us. The only thing going through my mind was just to get as far away as possible. I do regret going back. I don't know if it gave it any more, energy.
Despite the couple's attempt at a truce, Mothman won't let go of them.
After we confronted this, it just felt like there was nothing that we can do. We felt hopeless. We didn't know if we just made it angry, so things are going to get worse.
Give me that too, that big.
We just heard this extremely deep growl come from inside.
We're leaving! Just let us go!
Tristan, stop. Let's just go. Come on, get in the front. Get in the front.
And we left. And we thought if we moved, everything was over. But it wasn't.
For the Drennings, the terror doesn't end. Mothman follows them wherever they go.
I think we definitely opened a doorway. There's no doubt about that. What came through it, I don't know. How to get rid of it.
I don't know if it's going to follow us for the rest of our lives or not. I really hope not, but I mean, it just seems like whatever we do, nothing gets rid of it. We've actually had a Catholic priest come to our house and bless it twice, but it just always comes back. So we just have to deal with it on a daily basis.
But the question is, what exactly is Mothman? Some say the story goes back to a bloody chapter of West Virginia's history.
Chief Cornstalk was a Shawnee chief who was murdered over a land dispute. Him and his son both were actually murdered back in the 1700s. It was told over the years that Chief Cornstalk actually cursed the town of Point Pleasant in the form of a 200-year curse in revenge for him and his son's deaths.
And exactly 2 centuries after the massacre, Mothman descends on Point Pleasant to wreak havoc.
200 years to the month, to the day, and to the year, that's when the bridge fell.
Some contend Mothman is the personification of Chief Cornstalk's revenge. Others refute that claim, but most believe he is not of this world.
There were some people who claimed this thing had biblical connotations. They thought that, you know, this thing was just pure evil, period. So I don't know if anybody will ever be able to have a direct answer.
Whatever the origin, the legend persists. And even after taking 46 lives, Mothman still stalks the area. Few are foolish enough to go looking for him, and those who do often suffer the consequences.
My brother wanted to try to find the Mothman.
Faye DeWitt and her brother Topper's encounter takes place even before the horrific bridge collapse.
The Bug Man of Virginia. That's real spooky. What do you think it eats? Maybe it eats people.
Oh, God.
Maybe it uses its mothy proboscis to drink them dry from the inside out.
Really, Topper?
It was my brother's big idea to go up there and try to find it. He was going to prove that that was a fake, and because he was a very skeptical person, a very smart person, to the point that he didn't think nobody knew anything but him. And he was going to prove the Mothman was a fake, and that was his intent of going up there.
But what if we actually see it? Then what are you going to do? You're going to eat your words, is what you're going to do.
I'll go out and shake hands with it and try to look for the zipper. How about that?
I don't know why you made me do this. See anything?
Nothing publishable.
Did you see that?
I thought, well, what is it?
See what?
Nothing. Topper, did you see that?
What?
I saw it plain as day.
What did it look like? It was just a deer or something.
It wasn't a deer.
Big deer?
You're so stupid.
So, which way?
This was your idea, not mine. What?
Don't turn around.
Why? My brother just kept looking at me. He said, don't look, there's something there beside the window. In my peripheral vision, I could see it there beside me, even though I was looking straight ahead. And I told him, what we're gonna do, what we're gonna do.
see that?
There are a lot of people who go looking for this creature and, playing it off as maybe just some fun. But once they encountered it themselves, I think they changed their tune.
Faye DeWitt and her brother Topper head out to prove that Moth Man, the mythical being haunting the woods of Point Pleasant, is a hoax. They find out the hard way that it's not.
I got scared the minute I turned my head and saw that thing beside the window. It had like rubbery tight skin like on him and long fingers, long curly nails on. I mean, like you would see on a hawk or a bird. But if one thing stands out, the eyes is what caught you. You're focused on that, and that's what those eyes did.
The Mothman definitely has a way of hypnotizing. I would say just about everyone who witnessed this creature talked about how they were almost paralyzed by, these two red eyes.
We were just scared to move, afraid if we moved, it might try to come in the car.
Go. Go!
My brother turned, he thought he was going to throw him when we made the turn, but it didn't. We were going down the road like a racetrack. And it seemed to be right beside the window there. He was trying to speed up and lose it, and it just was right there by the side of the window, just like nothing, like it was no effort whatsoever.
No! What? We'll get trapped in there!
And he made that turn to the loading dock where they would fill the trucks up. And I said, don't go in there, then how are we gonna get out? It'll have us pinned.
Where'd he go?
Maybe we lost him.
And when he did that, he crouched kind of like a squat position, looking at me and my brother. And we just drew back and tried to be real quiet and don't move. And I told him, what we're gonna do, what we're gonna do. It jumped off the car.
Where'd it go?
It landed just a few feet away. And it crunched down just like it did in the car and watched us, crouched like a gargoyle.
What are you doing? Are you crazy? Topper! What are you doing?
Hey! Get out of here! Hey!
He was picking up chunks of coal, throwing it at it.
Get out of here!
Topper, get back here!
And I was hitting him, telling him, get in here, leave it alone, let's get out of here. And it stood up.
Get back in here!
And I told him, now you done that, man, it's gonna come and get us, it's gonna come and get us. My brother said, don't move, don't move. I said, okay, okay. What's it gonna do, what's it gonna do?
Faye and Topper go looking for a creature they think is a hoax.
Did you see that?
Until they find it.
Hey!
Now they are trapped on the road, facing the living nightmare that is Moth Man.
Topper, get back here!
I saw its wings because it just opened it up just as pretty as an angel or any bird. And it was beautiful. I mean, just, it was like seeing an angel in a way because of those wings, big enough to carry a human being. It was beautiful.
Beautiful and terrifying.
It ran, and I thought sure it was coming after us. It just flew off, and off it went. But it was just amazing to see something like that, but we were scared. I told my brother, we need to get out of here and get home because it might come back. So he turned around, whipped around, we went home. That was it, and then the bridge fell, I guess not long after that.
The siblings never see Moth Man again.
I've had a lot of things in my life happen that was scary. That was really more scary and life-threatening.
Though it let Faye and Topper go, Jeff and Crystal aren't as lucky. Mothman continues to terrorize them.
We've been dealing with it for 8 years. We have no idea why it chose us, but it did. It's almost like it's just there to torture us.
This did happen. After nearly a decade, I don't think it's ever gonna leave. It's all too real. You need to take precautions. You need to realize that the world isn't as simple as mankind has led us to believe.
You know, my belief is, there's definitely something out there. What it is, I don't know if anybody will be able to answer that. I personally can't answer that question. The unknown is out there, I just don't know if that book will ever be closed.
The vast North American wilderness is home to evil forces thought only to exist in nightmares. But the terrible creatures that roam here are all too real. Some ghosts that haunt the land are driven by a single terrifying thought.
What does that mean?
Vengeance.
If you've been told that there's nothing there in the dark, that's not true.
Is there anybody here? Oh!
They're gonna fight back to exact revenge.
Something's wrong.
Claws ripping at me.
We gotta get out of here. They're here to do evil.
This story is just so bizarre. I've never heard anything else like this. This mountain has a very evil feel to it, and almost everyone who goes up there can tell you that.
One of the reasons that ghosts choose to stay on this side is in a pursuit of justice. Ghosts will stick around and actually influence the outcome of certain scenarios where they feel vindicated so that they can move on.
These mountains separating the U.S. and Mexican dividing line near San Diego are exceptionally dangerous for border security officers on the lookout for smugglers.
There's an area up on Otay Mountain, it's called the White Cross, where the Mexicans would come up every Sunday and they would, do their prayers at the White Cross.
It stood about 10 to 12 foot tall, and it had been erected there in memorial of all the people who had lost their lives trying to cross the mountain.
Patrolling this area is a treacherous task, especially at night. But agents Luis Santiago and Rocky Elmore are up for the challenge.
It's very important to work with someone you can trust and you can count on, because when things go bad, other help is not going to get there in time.
Yet this evening, Rocky isn't here, and Santiago is heading up the mountain alone.
On March 28, 1995, I was scheduled to work with Agent Santiago as his partner. Unfortunately, I've been working that area really hard for several nights. So I got overheated and I've become ill, and I had to stay home and miss my shift. The canyon is probably just about the darkest place I've ever seen in my life. Down in the bottom, there's no visibility whatsoever. You walk totally by feel of your foot. You were taking a big risk if it was dark.
Very mountainous terrain, very dangerous. Loose rocks and hazardous trails, and a lot of dangerous animals out there, rattlesnakes and cougars, mountain lions.
And it's not just the animals they have to worry about. The area is reportedly teeming with spirits.
Things that go up on that mountain at night that can be very scary, questionable, ghostly. You feel that it may be haunted. You get a sense of maybe somebody watching you.
People are afraid of what they can't see. So right off the bat, we're emitting fear. We're emitting that energy. And unfortunately, that's kind of the worst thing we can do if there is spirit activity, because that's what they feed off of.
But the biggest danger is the criminals.
That was a good place for bandits and the smugglers to come prey on their human cargo coming over.
You would occasionally encounter a smuggler with a handgun or a knife.
There's also a place where agents got shot at. And there was countless rapes and murders and robberies happening there. And some of them were very gruesome.
It's Agent Santiago's job to chase these dangerous smugglers down.
You don't know if they're armed, you don't know if they're going to fight back.
It's just a super dangerous job.
Santiago was in a foot race in total darkness and very treacherous terrain. Agent Santiago ran uphill toward the top of the cliffs.
Santiago is up against a desperate criminal, while his backup lays sick in bed.
And in the middle of the night, I heard arithmetic beeping inside my room. And I was not sure what it was. Sounded kind of like a distress call. I looked at the clock and it said 12:02. I started looking for it and realized it was coming from my work radio. I just figured I had left it on or something. I didn't think anything about it too much, but when I realized that the radio was actually off and it was still beeping, I was puzzled a little bit more. Thought, well, maybe it's got a short. I turned it on and off a couple of times and that fixed the problem. The next morning, I got up feeling much better, but I had a phone call. And I was informed that Agent Santiago had gotten killed that night. an officer heard him scream and saw his flashlight tumbling down the cliff. And they estimated the time of death 2 minutes after midnight. And then it hit me. That was the time that my radio was beeping. The night of his death, investigators come out, try to surmise what had happened to him, and they came to the conclusion that he had just simply lost his balance and that it was an accident.
Rocky and his fellow agents know better.
We all thought somebody was up there and somebody pushed him. I never bought the story that Agent Santiago's death was an accident. Agent Santiago had been killed.
Santiago may be dead, but he is not gone.
One of the reasons that ghosts choose to stay on the side is to seek justice. They want to find an end to something that they left unfinished.
It was very bizarre because usually when you hear ghost stories, it's a form of entertainment. Because usually it's someone who lived 200 or 300 years ago. Nobody alive today actually knew them. But in this case, this is somebody we had just been working with. We knew this guy.
Agent Luis Santiago is brutally murdered by a smuggler while on patrol.
The death of a brother agent is always very tragic for the entire Border Patrol. When you lose someone that's a friend, you know, what are you going to do? It's tough, but we also know that's the nature of our job.
His partner, Rocky Elmore, has a powerful sense his story isn't over yet.
All your life you've been told that there's nothing there in the dark that's not there in the light. But that's not true because sometimes there is. The night of his funeral, I went to bed that night, probably about 10 o'clock. Again, I was woken up in the middle of the night by the same rhythmic beeping I had heard on the night of his death. I picked up my walkie-talkie and it was beeping the same fashion. And this time I turned it on and off a couple of times to try to get it to stop, and it wouldn't stop. I looked over the clock, and the clock said 12:02, just like the previous time. And I felt that there was a presence on that radio that wanted me to push the talk button and say something. But I didn't have the courage to do it.
These radios don't go off by themselves. No reason his radio should have beeped. It couldn't have malfunctioned in that fashion.
I knew this was no coincidence, and there were shivers just going up and down my spine.
Rocky wonders if Santiago is trying to contact him about his death.
They can actually connect to people in what I call chords, where they'll actually draw energy from people. It happens quite a bit.
I mulled it over many times, how things would have changed had I went to work that night. Would I have prevented him from going over, or would it just simply happen the same? I thought about that just over and over, almost every day. A couple of nights after his death, I reported to work as usual. Things started to happen up on the mountain. The night was dark, very, very dark. There was no moonlight at all. I asked myself many times, why would he be trying to contact me over the radio like that? Was it to say goodbye, or was it to say, why didn't you come to work that night? I don't know why. Sometimes I wished I had answered to find out, but I just couldn't do it at the time.
Now, the screams of terrified border jumpers opens a chilling new chapter.
Dios mío, misericordia, misericordia, no nos hagas mal, por favor.
When I got up top, the entire group was just standing in the road, frozen, and some of them were still crying.
Hemos esperado como nos dijo la gente de Santiago.
One of the people in the group said they had been stopped by a Border Patrol agent who identified himself as Agent Santiago.
¿Santiago? Sí, sí, el agente Luis Santiago, señor.
He said, you're going to wait right here, you're not going to cross.
But it's not the same Santiago his partner remembers.
They said he's covered in mud and blood, and he's very pale. He told us to come up here and wait, and we were so frightened that we did. When I heard of the story of Santiago's ghost, I had chills up and down my spine, and my hair was standing up on my arms.
This is only the beginning. Over the next 7 months, more tales of an angry ghost haunting the mountain terrifies many trying to cross the border.
Soon it became fairly common knowledge that groups were reporting being stopped by a phantom Border Patrol agent. And he always identified himself to them as Agent Santiago. The people crossing soon began to call him El Fantasma.
I've seen a lot of cases where ghosts continue to operate in their jobs that they had while they were alive. They feel such a connection, and that job was such a big part of their identity that they either choose not to let go of that or they can't let go of that.
Yet many believe Santiago's ghost has a more sinister reason for stalking the area.
Everyone started to think that maybe a signal was being sent, something was being told, that he had not received justice. And he couldn't move on because something wasn't finished.
The spirit of Santiago is hunting for vengeance.
It's vindication, I think. A lot of ghosts feel like they have to seek that justice, and they choose not to leave until that happens.
He's trying to exact revenge on the person that took his life.
Border agent Rocky Elmore's partner, Luis Santiago, is murdered by a smuggler while on duty. Now, his ghost haunts the land seeking vengeance.
Well, a spirit might seek revenge on somebody if their life was taken prematurely. There's a message to be conveyed, and that was, I was murdered, and I'm crying for justice.
After the sighting of Agent Santiago's ghost, there was always a presence back there that, it seemed like Santiago might still be there haunting.
time I would see a single person crossing the border up on the mountain in these areas, I would wonder, is that a real person, or is this going to turn out to be a ghost sighting? I think a lot of guys thought that way. Some guys quit working the area, started avoiding it. The sightings of Agent Santiago carried on for about 7 months. And then one night in January, they came to a very abrupt and permanent end.
When the smuggler who murdered Santiago returns to the mountain, the agent is ready to exact his revenge.
We're often asked if a spirit can kill you. And our answer is yes.
On the very same cliff that Agent Santiago fell from, a group was detected coming up with a smuggler. He was on top of the cliff, screaming for help. There was one dead body at the bottom of the cliff. The person killed that night was that smuggler that killed Santiago. Agent Santiago avenged his own death.
The death of the smuggler ends the terrifying visions of the apparition known as El Fantasma.
After that night, there were no more sightings of Agent Santiago. His ghost was never reported again. That was the end of all the sightings.
Rocky still doesn't understand why Santiago reached out to him.
I just could not come up with a reason for why he was trying to get hold of me.
Although his partner's ghost is gone, Rocky is still haunted by the experience.
I realize how scary that really can be. How terrifying it is to go into the woods at night and realizing that there really are spirits out there. There really are things you can't explain. And they're not nice. They're very, very evil.
The ghost of Agent Santiago was able to avenge his murder. But there are other spirits out there seeking vengeance, and they don't care who receives their wrath.
You just knew something bad happened there. And I do believe they're here to do evil.
I have come across angry spirits in the past.
Just tell me what happened.
Nothing that would be as brutal as the one that happened that day.
Rocky's friend and partner, Luis Santiago, haunted the mountain where he was murdered until he achieved vengeance.
A spirit with a mindset of revenge could be very dangerous. Depends on how deeply they feel about what has happened to them or why they want revenge.
Jerry and Stephanie Ayers are headed out to find the spirits of those whose lives were cut short and that may still have a score to settle.
I mean, all your life, you've heard that there's ghosts, and, we just want to know for sure what's out there.
The ruins of this building are almost all that is left of a horrifying legacy.
In the beginning, it was called Walcott Mills. In 1895, the mill burned down, exploded. Years later, the state hospital purchased the area. It was known as an asylum. There was a lot of abuse in there. There was females were having babies from the doctors.
The dark stories say that they were born alive and they were killed and thrown in these unmarked graves in this place.
There was over 200 children buried up there.
The hospital was torn down decades ago. Only remnants of the original structures remain.
Some people claim that there was horrible energy there. We wanted to see it for ourselves. I've been a paranormal investigator now since 2010.
Jerry and Stephanie Ayers are professional ghost hunters.
My wife and I formed a team called Supernatural Investigators of Minnesota.
Well, we want to prove that spirits exist. A lot of people don't believe in them. We know they're here, we see them, we sense them. SIM's mission is to document and prove their existence, that there is something out there that can come into our reality. The minute you get out of the car at this area, the feeling there is very oppressive, very sad. It is.
Experienced investigators don't go anywhere without the right equipment.
Instruments that I like to use, a K2 meter, that can pick up the energy of a spirit.
The K2 meter measures the electromagnetic frequency of different areas in the places that they're investigating. This is really a good way to help prove what's going on.
Got everything?
Yeah. Our voice recorders can pick up voices, plain and simple. It might be something that you can't hear with your own ear, such as through a radio signal or something like that, but through an EVP, electronic voice phenomenon session, on a voice recorder, you should be able to pick up what they're saying to you.
Ready to go?
Yep.
Let's do it.
When we started walking through the woods down this trail, it almost felt like there was something watching you from within the trees. It was just unbelievable that you could just feel something was there.
Jerry, do you feel that? It's like...
Nothing, let's get out of here, okay? Come on.
This area is a very desolate, sad place. This is a graveyard. There's really no telling how many children are buried there. You can feel these negative, sad energy. It's a feeling of hopelessness. It was just like you were being assaulted by all these souls.
This is heartbreaking.
That place hit you across the face. It says, you've got something here. Now that you went all this way, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna run, or are you gonna stand and find out what's there? You could feel that something was in there, more than one something. There was many somethings. It was kind of uncomfortable.
We need to get ready.
When we go to places that are haunted, one of the first things that we do is smudge. Smudging is art that the Native Americans came out with thousands of years ago. I like to smudge myself with sage to keep all the negative entities off of me. Sweetgrass opens up for your ancestors from the past to help if you need it.
And I think it's important to kind of bring that energy around yourself. You know, kind of imagine a bubble around yourself and filling it with energy that protects you from the other energy that's there. It seemed like we walked for a very long time before we found the building.
I think entering a place like this can be a very dangerous proposition. A lot of people were held against their will. This creates a different energy with the souls that remain there.
And you could feel the energy in that place. The spookiness of the place is the thing that kind of gets you the most. But once you get there and once you start walking through, until you start talking and asking questions.
Is there anybody here?
Then that's when the excitement starts to pump into you.
We turned on our voice recorders and, you know, asked a few questions.
Will you speak to us?
Can you tell us what took place here? There's nothing.
I know, and I really thought there was this time.
So did I. So did I. Is there anybody here?
Despite the unmistakable presence of spirit energy,
there's nothing.
Their equipment doesn't pick up any paranormal activity.
All right, let's go.
We were blown away by the amount of energy that was there, the feelings of sadness. You just knew something bad happened there.
That's too bad. I really thought we were going to find something today.
Yeah. Definitely felt like there was something there.
When they return home, Jerry and Stephanie check their equipment.
All right, let's see what we got.
Just in case something was trying to contact them and they couldn't hear it at the time.
Is there anybody here?
Once we're done, I can't wait to tear into the audio to see what we caught.
You never know what you get, right? All right, let's go.
What about me?
Did you hear that?
There was a voice of a little girl that said, "What about me?" And that was the biggest thrill.
Play it again.
All right, let's go.
What about me?
It's clearly the voice of a girl child. That's enough to make my toenails curl, let me tell you.
What about me?
She sounds so sad.
Well, as a mom, of course, I'm like, oh my God, it's a baby, it's a child, and she's asking, what about me? Because she doesn't want to be left behind. It's actually kind of heart-wrenching.
What about me?
You want to help. You want to help somehow, and I just knew we had to go back and find out what the story is.
The ghosts of children are just as unpredictable as a living child.
You heard that, right?
Yeah, we're definitely going back.
Yes, we are. We're going back.
I would never have believed that what was about to happen to me was going to happen.
Jerry, what happened? What about me?
paranormal investigators Jerry and Stephanie Ayers have evidence of a little girl's spirit haunting an old asylum.
What about me?
Did you hear that?
It's good to have proof, and this is why we got into this field, was because we wanted to have the data, have the evidence.
What about me?
She sounds so sad.
That these spirits are still walking on our earth.
Yeah, we're definitely going back.
Yes, we are. We're going back.
We were very excited about it, and we were ready to come back again. I just knew that things would be going on, but I never thought it was going to be at the level that happened.
This time, they haven't come alone.
Stephanie and I and our rest of our team decided to make an event out of it. I was smudging people to try to keep the entities off.
There was a lot of spirit energy there. I felt like they were looking at us as if saying, you know, who are you? Why are you here? Why are you looking for us?
This visit doesn't feel like the last one.
But it is a different scenario. It's definitely more threatening. It's scarier. It could have been because there were so many people there, and as we know, entities and spiritual beings feed off of other energy. And then it's a kind of almost like a fever pitch.
I'm gonna go check out the grounds now.
Do you want me to go with you?
No, I'll be okay.
Just be careful, please.
We split up.
Let's go.
Hello?
Come on.
When we first walked up to there, you could feel it immediately. Our team actually backed up a little bit and were very, very nervous about going in.
Come on, guys. Come on. Come on.
The big hope is that you're going to pick up sounds when you ask questions.
It's okay. My name is Jerry. I just want to know what happened here.
I started out by saying, my name's Jerry, and we're here not to bother you. We're here to talk to you. Is there anything you want to say to me?
I'm sure there's something. There's something here. Is there anybody here? Just tell me what happened.
You can feel the energy around it, and you can sense that there's something there.
Is there anybody here?
I believe that there are things in this area that are not nice entities. I call them supernatural creatures, and we don't know what they are. They don't belong in this world, but somehow they're here.
Stephanie suddenly realizes the little girl is not the only ghost haunting these woods.
And I do believe they're here to do evil.
You're not that little girl, are you?
It was totally dead, and that's when I felt that there was something there, but it wouldn't speak to us. It wouldn't do anything with us, and so I decided to yell out at it.
It's a move he instantly regrets.
Would it kill you to show it yourself? Would it kill you to show it yourself? Would it kill you to show it yourself? Oh, God.
Jerry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So I said, come on, you can do better than that.
Is there anybody here? Oh, no!
I made that very large mistake of deciding to provoke.
provoking spirits. I don't think that's a good idea. You do open yourself up to a lot of kind of scary stuff.
I just had this terrible feeling that something was wrong at the other site, and specifically with Jerry.
Jerry!
And that's when I started feeling it in my chest. It felt like butterflies, a bunch of butterflies going off. And then it started feeling like claws. And just started ripping at me. I couldn't believe this was going on. And then it kind of stopped for a moment. My K2 meter was going crazy. Then the pain started back in again. And it started in my heart and my lungs, and it was just like a ripping sensation.
I had a feeling of heaviness, actually, you know, kind of like a stabbing in the heart, you know, when you know something's wrong.
Then that's when I started getting really scared. And my teammate that was with me kept telling me, you need to pull yourself out.
No, don't touch me!
And I told him I wanted to see what was gonna happen next.
Jerry is pushing his luck by staying, but he can't help himself.
It was the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
No!
God!
Stephanie and Jerry return to the grounds of an old asylum in the woods to help the spirit of a little girl.
What about me?
Is there anybody here?
Instead, they find something else
You're not that little girl, are you?
that's bent on revenge for what happened to the children in the asylum.
The dangers of a revenge-seeking spirit is the amount of energy they have at their disposal to manifest and share that pain or that anger in the form of a revengeful act.
It's just a feeling of dread. It's like, what is going on over there? I need to know now.
Then finally, I couldn't take it anymore. All I wanted to do was run. I would think, could that have been a heart attack? But it didn't take my breath away.
Jerry! Jerry, what happened?
When I got to Jerry, he was pale and he was sweating. His heart was racing. He was definitely not well.
Can you walk?
The fear coming out of his voice definitely freaked me out.
I don't know what's happening.
He was petrified.
It hurts.
I was petrified.
We gotta go. We gotta get out of here.
My first thought was, oh my God, we have to get in the car. We have to go now.
Guys, we gotta go.
I don't think that spirit that attacked me was a little girl at all.
I believe that these things that attacked him are these supernatural creatures.
I think they were there to protect these poor kids that had such a horrible existence there at this place.
I don't know what they were, but I believe they can cause great harm. And if you provoke them, they're gonna lash out. He finally was at a place where I thought he was gonna be okay.
Jerry, are you okay?
But it's not over. Jerry comes to regret not leaving at the first sign of trouble.
Jerry is definitely very confident when he goes into situations, and a lot of times can be overconfident.
Ah! Oh, God! Ah! No! Don't!
He can feel that his energy is big enough that he won't be harmed.
Oh, don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
He stayed because he wanted to see what would happen, and he stayed too long, and the damage was done.
I went to the doctor, and my doctor was floored. They came back with the tests and everything to tell me I had an advanced stage of histoplasmosis, which affects the lungs.
You have to remember that we are magnetic, and if we pick that stuff up, it will stick to our aura, to our energy.
Whatever spirit entered his body, it has damaged him. So Jerry decides to return and make peace with the entity he provoked.
I was very scared and nervous about going back to it again. I did go back and I did apologize for what I had done, because that's not me. I don't do that kind of stuff.
I felt this presence. It felt bad. You know, it was just kind of icky. And it was lurking. It felt dangerous to me. And knowing what had happened to him, I panicked.
What's wrong?
We have to get out of here.
It's still there.
We gotta go.
When we started paranormal investigating, I guess we did know that there was a danger, that there were dangerous things out there, that they could hurt you. And this definitely was the case. And Jerry's health has been impacted. He will be on medication for the rest of his life. He has to be very careful what he does.
The experience is over, but Jerry never recovers from his mysterious illness. Like Stephanie and Jerry Ayers, Rocky Elmore learned that some spirits are driven by a thirst for vengeance.
I definitely do believe in the afterlife. Where Agent Santiago's spirit is right now, I don't know. I have my beliefs, but I don't know.
I think hauntings affect people because they touch our emotions. They stoke our fear. They create a situation where our senses are heightened to such a level.
You're not that little girl, are you?
That it's almost hard to forget.
I do regret the way I conducted myself that one particular day.
Would it kill you to show yourself?
I'm the one who provoked, and I'm the one who paid the price for it.
I think that paranormal experience touches a different part of ourselves.
Well, what about me?
Did you hear that?
And it's a part of ourselves that leaves us sort of open and wondering to what's going on out there.